Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the beginning of stream. You're here, right on time. In fact, you're 3 minutes early. But you thought I was going to be late today? You thought you could spam late streamer in chat? Not today. Early is not right on time. Sure it is. If I was planning to be early, then I'm right on time, regardless of what Nightbot says. Late streamer in the chat. I miss the me, you know me meme from like I know it's not like retired or anything, but it was a simpler time in Twitch chat. Everyone was just so happy. All smilers online. Things have not evolved whatsoever. It's kind of true, though. Things have not really evolved. Right where we left off. Thanks for beginning of stream subs. What's up? Sync the Snake with the Space Demo sub for 27 months. Welcome, Sync. Old Grumpy Dude, also for 27 months. Very weird. Timing. Muppenheimer, appreciate the 3 years. It is the weekend. Congratulations, you made it to the weekend, chat. If you're hearing this message, you lived until Saturday, Sunday. Good job. Inferior Donut says moon or bust. Yeah, I think that's the obvious thing we have to do today is get to the moon. Relearn how to play Space 2. They made a sequel to Space. Dappa Kappa, also welcome. Thanks for shopping the Prime. Sharing and dropping. Thanks for shopping the Prime. What up, Asus Leaked? And Brimo says, shh. Don't tell EJ I'm here. Your secret is safe with us. I won't tell. But thanks, Asus and Brimo. Welcome back, both of you. Hello, chat. We're listening to Starbase again because, I don't know, it gets me in the space mood. I'm hopefully not foreshadowing any Kerbal Space Program 2 futures by playing Starbase. Maybe that's too auspicious. Am I using auspicious in a sentence correctly? Let's see. Okay, that's characterized by success or prosperous. That's not the word I'm looking for. The word I'm looking for is sort of like ominous, maybe? Ominous is a little too harsh. Giving the impression something bad or unpleasant is going to happen. Threatening. Inauspicious. Okay, inauspicious is actually what I'm looking for. So I was close. I got auspicious and inauspicious confused. Inauspicious is not conducive to success or unpromising. Gotta learn my vocab. Gotta do my vocab study. Chat, are you my study guide? Hello, what's up, Giso? Bird Strike, Cryocrat, Roove, Attack Frog, Jumbo Slice, Snide, welcome everyone. Will this be on the test? It is a test. The test is now. You're all here, so you pass. Anyone who's late loses 5 points per 30 minutes that they are late. This was just testing for presence and a show of hand. 5 full points. Yep. You guys are getting full credit, though. It's a participation grade. That's what I was looking for. You just taught me 2 new words. Oh, that's good, because that's all I'm going to teach you today. You're not going to learn anything else. Just like college. What's up, Grulon as well, pumping it. Thanks for the 31 months, Grulon. $5 sub. And supporting the stream. Chat, this is early access week, apparently. We're going to be playing Kerbal Space Program 2, which just came out in early access today, to mixed reviews on Steam. So, I have appropriately prepared myself mentally, and we're just going to try and have fun and enjoy ourselves, okay? Because I don't want a repeat of yesterday, where the final hour of the stream is me sort of bemoaning all of the things I wish were different, okay? Weirdly, though, like, I kind of do want to play the Sons of the Forest again, but only because I think I'm just itching for a crafting survival game. I did have a weird inclination. I was like, should I just start over? I think I'm just ready to play a crafting survival game. And my wish, in a perfect world, is that Valheim was just done. That would be my preference. I'm ready for some Kelvin Space Program. We're just going to marry the 2 games together. Modded Minecraft. Okay, Minecraft is a great crafting game, but a god-awful survival game. So it's a very different itch that is scratched. It's early access week, baby. Did you ever try Green Hell? I've never played Green Hell. I don't know if I want to or not. Weirdly, anytime we, like, even if I think of Sons of the Forest, and just talking about it now, makes me want to start a rant about critiques and criticisms of the game. Like, it's just like a tinderbox catching fire in my mind right now. Because I watched the trailer today. Like, I watched the Steam Store trailer, and the way that they present it makes it seem amazing. But I watched it and I was like, where was this game yesterday? It's like, this is 2 totally different game experiences we're having here. I also love the fact that in the trailer, everyone's RP walking and they're playing in multiplayer, and people aren't like jumping off of cliffs and glitching through the ground. They're just like, everyone's sitting around the campfire somberly while the POV camera slow walks to the fire with them, you know? It's such a perfect setting. That's the game that the game that's in the trailer is the game that I want. Kelvin actually was in the trailer. They just made sure that he was behaving normally. Are you sure you're prepped for Kerbal 2? Oh, I'm totally prepped for Kerbal 2. I have no idea if the stream is going to work. I'm not sure if we're going to get any frames per second. I did turn the game on, load into a test campaign, and fly one preset vessel just to make sure that it would physically run. And it did. I regret to inform you that my very first impressions of Kerbal Space Program 2 are peppered with question marks. And instead of just telling you about what happened, I think I can just reproduce what happened very easily. So I think we'll start with that. This song always sounds like the Mad Max Fury Road theme. That it does, yes. You only had one PC fire. Like, here's the thing. I've heard that Kerbal 2 is very GPU intense. I actually stream with CPU. So what I'm hoping is that we will at least get a serviceable 30 frames per second or so. Like, I'd be happy with that. That would be fine. And I'm on all medium settings as well. And I'm... it's possible to turn them down to low. I'd prefer not to. But we'll mess around with things if we need to. I think a lot of people GPU stream with the newer graphics cards. And Kerbal being a very GPU-hungry game, that might be causing some issues for some people. But I do think that CPU streaming might give us a little bit of an edge for a game like this. Because my CPU, even though it's old, is quite good. The 9900K was very ahead of its time. I bought it when people were just like, a 9900K? What do you need that for? Nothing even uses this. And it's like, yeah, that's fine, but in 5 years, we'll see. So it's held up quite well compared to the GPU, which the 2080 is still fine. Damn. I forgot about this part. I'm gonna have to go listen to some more Marcus Varner music after this, probably. It's actually better to not have Invink. This is like copium. That's what I'm telling myself, yeah. I don't think there's anyone with a good enough PC for Kerbal 2. It's the new flight sim. I will reserve my comments. But yeah, I think the CPU is decent. My CPU is decent. I love how the Nightbot command still says my new PC. It is my 2018 PC. New is relative, yes. I think new is relative. But my understanding of Kerbal 2 is that most of the frame drops come from looking at land and planetary surfaces. And my expectation as a layman is that that is because the render distance is incredibly high and it's trying to draw like very, 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 very far. And so that should be a GPU calculation and not a CPU calculation. So that's my expectation. Only fly over the water. But yeah, the minimum is a Core i5 6400, and the recommended is an Intel i5. I don't even know what this is. What is the Intel i5 11500? That's a big number. Let's see. My allergies are kicking into gear. Okay, so recommended processor for Kerbal 3 versus mine is... Their recommended processor only has 2600 user benchmarks, which is interesting. The effective speed of their recommended is 79th. My effective speed is 63rd, whatever that means. So I do have a better CPU than their recommended. The Intel naming scheme doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make sense at all. Kerbal 3? Did I say Kerbal 3? Maybe. All right, Chad, let me blow my nose and get the allergy meds real quick. 1 sec. Okay, let's try that. I made a big mistake and I drank an entire cup of coffee before the stream has even started. So I'm expecting the first gamer death break in like 40 minutes. Anyway. There we go. We're here somewhere. We're over here. We're gonna be around, in and out, popping in and out. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program 2, everybody. Very early access. Very early access. I'm expecting to just have fun today, build some stuff, get acquainted with the UI, and try and maybe go to the moon. Just keep it simple, you know? We're just gonna play with some planes, play with some sheeps. The earliest of accesses. Yeah, the earliest of accesses. Can you build a base? No. You cannot build a base. Yet. You can't do many things, is my understanding. So, I'm not trying to start things off negatively, I'm just trying to set expectations, because it's my understanding, and please correct me if I am wrong, but I have heard that right now, atmospheric physics are not in Kerbal. As in, there is no such thing as re-entry. As in, there is no such thing as drag in the atmosphere. So I'm just trying to get you guys... There is drag. Okay, there is drag, it's just thermal physics. No heat shield required. And no heating up. Okay, so does it have atmospheric drag then? Like it thins out the higher up you get? I slowed down on re-entry, but there is no heat. Okay. Just trying to figure out how that works. So temperature doesn't exist yet. That's the level of early access that we're in. Okay? I think that sets a baseline for us of what to expect. Hello, little Kerbal Knot. Now, chat, I'm just gonna, I want to do the tutorial, I want to do the new game experience, but also, like, my inclination, I'm fighting my, like, natural urges to break things, because what do? I can't pretend that I didn't see what I saw. I made a campaign, and it does this work on my PC, was the name of the campaign, because I didn't do anything. I skipped every tutorial, I didn't watch anything. We're gonna go back and do all that. We're gonna go back and do the tutorial, okay? However, tell us what you saw. I'm just gonna load the game. It autosave. Don't worry about the autosave, because... But yes, I want to read all the things, I want to learn about the UI, I want to have the new game, new car smell experience, and just soak it all in. But... But this is what happened, okay? We're just pretend like this part of the stream doesn't exist. I was just like, I need to test something quick before the stream starts. I need to make sure that we have frames and that the game works. Okay? See? So what I did was I went to the folder and they have some presets. These are pre-made. So I have not actually built anything. I saved that for you, chat, so this could be a special occasion for just us, and I didn't even try a rocket. I was just like, what's the smallest thing that I can do to make sure the game works? And I was like, oh, this Sparrow. A scaled up rocket, model rocket's wildly popular children RC toy. With little wings on it. So like, okay, let's load that in, right? So here that is. This is it. Very simple. Just a turbine engine with wings. It's like, let me just throw that into the launch pad, make sure that the game works. We'll look at all the tutorials when we actually play. By the way, I do have FPS. I don't know, I looked for 5 minutes. I'm supposed to have an FPS counter that is on the screen right now. That's the brake button. I finally figured out where that is. I don't know where the FPS counter is, but it's there somewhere, and I don't know where to be. Because there's actually information in the bottom right. I wonder, maybe I'll just be small. And it'll just be down there. But there's supposed to be an FPS counter on the screen. We'll find out later. So, I was like, let's just do a quick test flight. Toggle it off and then on again. Okay, I can just do that now. Off, on, apply. That's kind of an ugly counter. But yeah, we're getting like 25 to 40, I guess. All right, anyway, watch this. I can't, the notifications, don't worry about it. We're gonna shift up, max throttle, turn off the brakes, start the engine, chat. But there's one problem. There's two problems, actually. Number one, I'm not touching any buttons. I'm holding up to try. Okay, that broke so This is my plane now, I think. That broke so spectacularly, I can't even really show you what the problem is, but you're seeing a small, demonstration. Okay, that wasn't even what I was really trying to show you. Nature is healing. He's achieved unpowered flight. The biggest problem is, in this preset vehicle, I want you to look at two things. Number one, if I turn left, with just, let's do a small amount of power. You can already see there's some wing, there's some wing warping. Okay, small amount of power. If I turn right, left, right, left, but if I move the flaps, okay, I actually have to like roll the ailerons to turn. All right, let's try taking off. Let's try actually flying this thing. I'm trying to get some lift. They're free. Go, my little landing wheels. Be free. No longer shackled by the burden of Kerbal scientists. beholden to assist in powered flight. Okay. I have no idea why it's happening. The thing is, we're seeing different. I only tested it once, by the way, and I saw neither of those things. That was the first time I have seen either of those. Because I haven't even. I've kind of shown you what I was trying to show you, which is the wheels bouncing away. But see, now it looks like the plane has rendered correctly because the wings seem fixed. That was the first time I saw that. And then if we just turn it on again. I love the majestic music that plays. Because I'm trying, basically, this thing is more or less unflyable to me. We have where's this relative speed? I haven't figured out how to look at the UI yet, but I'm holding the typical takeoff. Not again. It's like 70 meters per second. Okay, the first time I was actually able to go up in the air. Your control surfaces look backwards. I didn't make this. This is a preset loaded in from the developer's asset. Okay. Try turning SAS off. There's SAS. I need to look at the... SAS is bugged and cursed. The flaps are inverted. Yeah, I think that... Okay, so it's actually W instead of S. And then if I hold left and right, I think those directions, the elevons are... Yeah, I think the elevons are backwards. I have not looked at this menu before, so let's try inverting the controls and see. There we go. Okay, hang on, let's try that. Again. I think the probe core is upside down. Ah, yeah, now it's pointing the right way. Keep in mind, I can't turn this thing, so it's just gonna randomly turn in a different direction shortly. Anytime now. Anytime now. Okay, I had to... It had to wiggle. Oh, the twist is backwards too. The entire thing is backwards. All controls are reversed. Well, at least I get 28 to 30 frames per second. Okay, let me try and land this bad boy. We're getting real close to the water. We're getting really close to the water. Maybe I can just glide it in. This was advertised as a child's RC car. That is correct, yep. My hands are off the controls. Breakdancing plane. First try, perfect. The least messed up Kerbal Space Program landing. I think the wheel still spinning is messing with the physics. I think you might be right. You might actually be right. Do the wheels forget to lose their speed after takeoff? Possibly. I wonder if you turn SAS back on, can I still wiggle this thing back up somehow? That is strong. SAS. Chat, we have achieved unpowered flight! We have no need for thrusters or rockets! Perpetual motion is within our grasp at last. It's beautiful. Kerbal scientists everywhere rejoice. I am transcending. It is numing. It is numing. This is just, it's just going. If I throttle down, does it slow down? No, we're just getting like a consistent 14. Well, it's actually diminishing. The speed is going down on its own. Frictionless grass, maybe. Anyway, now you've seen what I wanted to show you. So we're gonna go back to the main menu. All the way back. Or are we? Hold on. Does this machine have more to show us, perhaps? It's beautiful. I think it's trying to roll itself up the hill and out. Back into the sea where it belongs. It wants to live. Anyway, that is sort of what we're gonna be doing today. Like, I just want to make it clear that I have come into this with no intention of actually making things look silly. The simple truth is that I don't need to try, because even the preset, pre-built bits that are there are rough around the edges, is putting it gently. So, we're just gonna have fun with physics, and I'm not sure. Chat has said that the planes are actually more stable than the rockets right now. So we're going to do what we can. We're gonna do what we can. I think I'm gonna turn off the frame rate counter. Because like, we're gonna get like 30 frames anyway. Let's do a new campaign. Normal difficulty. Yes, you can revert flights. You can quick load. Include stock vessels. That was one that we were just piloting. Probes require ComNet for control. I want to live in the bliss of not knowing the FPS. Me as well. But yeah, I think these are fine. We have set you up with a campaign name to start with. They have called it Intertext. I don't think that there is a campaign name, actually. Campaign name is Doing Our Best, because that's all we can do. And the agency name is going to be sometimes not good enough. Because sometimes your best just isn't good enough. I want the flag that looks like a 2006 PowerPoint presentation that I may have given. And our agency color scheme is going to be bright green with a hot pink accent. Now, I want everyone to forget everything that we just saw. Just wipe it from your brain. Okay. And let's have the new game experience as it was meant to be had from the start.
Your new space program, leaping forward into the cosmos. Since the dawn of Kerbal Kind, we have looked to the sky and wondered what sublime mysteries lie hidden in the darkness, like jewels never beheld. These untold treasures may soon reveal themselves due to the efforts of recently founded Kerbal Space Program.
Oh my, I think that might have been the only copy of the orientation film. Hold on! Slides, somewhere. Welcome to your first
They
day
didn't
running
finish the film.
Kerbal Space Program. This
It was in
campus
early
hosts
access.
the greatest ever gathering of astronomers, astronauts, and engineers. After years of focused effort, this collection of geniuses has created several very impressive buildings. We believe we have all the necessary pieces to take our first steps off the ground. The best way to advance our technologies further is to get up there and learn by doing. All we need now is somebody to show us how to put all these parts together. Well, we also need somebody to help us out with the flying. We need a lot of help, actually. That's why you're here. My name is Paige, by the way. If you need any hints, feel free to visit me over at the training center. Everything in there is well padded, so it's a great place to get up and running. Welcome aboard!
We're here. By the way, I have tiny camera because I can fit between the UI elements down here. Hello, welcome to Kerbal Space Center. This campus has everything to turn your fledgling space program into the stuff of legends. Our engineers have created a training program to guide you through your first rocket, and you can see those lessons in the training center. If you want to start building right away, the VAB is where you want to be. Okay, Chad, welcome to the completely revamped Kerbal Space Center, where we have launch pads 1, 2, and 3, multiple launch pads, at least 3, that I can see right now. There's a dock, launch a vessel from the water's edge, training center, the tracking station to see spacecraft and other vehicles in flight. The runway for spaceplanes and takeoff. There's the VAB. This is also runway? Oh, it's just multiple runways, I think. I don't know why the tower also is runway. Tower is also runway. Oh, there's Launchpad 4. You kind of look like a Kerbal sitting in a vehicle. That's fair. Helipad is, I mean, are you seeing one, or are you asking if it's in the game? But yeah, there's 4 launch pads, and then I just want to see what happens if you click on this. Runway 1 launch pad menu. Oh, this is where it's got the stock vehicles, which We just experienced one stock vehicle. Why don't we try a different one and see if that's just maybe the Sparrow didn't make it. Let's do the other jet. All right. Let's fly. Your flight cluster, okay, we're rolling down the runway already. We're gonna hit the brake button. Flight cluster contains all your flight controls and information. Here you can speed up or pause time. You can still move your camera and interact with part functions when paused. This is your staging stack. Shows the order in which your rocket parts will activate. Remember, the first stage is at the bottom of the stack. We only have one stage because this is just an engine. And oh, I didn't know when I set up my Kerbal colors that we were gonna actually have spacesuits in the in that scheme. That's pretty sweet. If you'd like to learn to fly in a safe, simulated environment, check out the training center. What do you mean, safe, simulated? Are you saying this plane that I didn't design is not safe? I also feel like I'm missing a lot of information. So, Chad, this is going to be the part of the game where I just click on buttons and see what things do. We got G-forces up here from -5 to +15. Bill Kerman is currently here. Bill, when you grabbed onto the side of that plane, it jumped, and in fact, it is presently spinning around. We're going to need a strict dietary regimen to be in place for all Kerbal going forward in order to prevent disrupting the flow of the very fabric of space-time itself in the near future. Your Kerbal is now outside your vehicle doing an EVA or extravehicular activity. You can move them around on foot or deploying the jetpack. True. So the controls are up there. Oh my god. It's terrifying!
Hello, chat! Oh, I'm so glad that you're all here today! Thank you so much for buying Kerbal Space Program 2! I am going to be your host and guide throughout our encounters today! Where are you going? Please turn around and come back right now! Just sit down for a little bit longer. I promise it won't be long.
What? Jumping physics to be... He's not jumping up, he's pushing Kerbal down. You might be right. Are you on time warp? No, I'm not on time warp. I'm on one-time speed. Why do you think... This is time warp. I feel like I'm about to get pulled off the stage with a cane. When you've successfully landed or splashed down, you can recover your vessel here. Did that just say there was a notification for a crashed part? When you recover your vehicle will be recycled and crew returned for their next mission. How do you... What is this button? That's the escape menu. Jetpack. I don't think the jetpack is very strong on Kerbin. Okay. I'm just mousing over other things to find out. So we have a nav ball heading. Okay. We have... Orbit velocity. Oh, there's an orbit icon. Velocity 174 meters. Chad, are we going 175 meters per second right now? Sea level 116 meters versus ground. The rotation of the planet is... it's orbital velocity versus surface velocity. Okay, you have to click it. Just seeing what things do. What is this? Vertical speed? Oh, like Microsoft Flight Sim. And we have atmosphere up to space. Nice visual. RCS, reaction control surface or system, on or off. I don't know what. Object cycling, like different driving parts. You have full control connected to ComNet. Full functionality available. So that's just making sure that we have a connection back to Kerbin. AP and PE, apoapsis, periapsis, 116 meters. Okay, so that's just orbital info and how long until you'll hit those 2 points. Then we have sort of orientation of the craft, and apparently we are upside down right now, so that's good to know. Hey, where are you going? I wish I could I wish I could do that while facing the camera. Ugh. Like he's trying to box you in. Hey, what? Not so fast. What are all these? Up? Oh, prograde, south, down, retrograde, north, up. SAS controlled. Stability, maneuver, target, or anti-target. Not sure what the last two mean. Just looking at buttons. That's time warp. Okay. Game view. Got flight. The map. This is the map view, which shows the positions and flight paths of every vehicle, object, and celestial body, no matter how far it is from home. Feel free to zoom in and out to get a better look at things. Double-click to focus on any object. Holding middle mouse will allow you to freely move the camera. Reset with home. Okay, I like that feature. If you select a point at a vehicle's trajectory, place maneuver plans. This lets you predict the outcome of a future maneuver and tells you when and how to perform it. If you're curious about maneuvers, the training center will teach you. If you want to change focus to a new object, do that in the tracking station. Let's take a look at the map. Beak. I like that it also highlights where it is, because you wouldn't be able to see it otherwise, because there's tiny. Like there's Eve and Moho. Chat, are we gonna fly into Kerbal, the sun, and just see what happens? Since heat and thermodynamics are not in the game yet, we can just go land on the surface of the sun. Just go at night. It's a good idea. And then I can move with middle mouse, which is very cool. Obviously, a little bit, but this is like the center of the screen, so it's always good to orientate yourself. I kind of wish, like this goes left to right. I wish this wasn't on, I wish it was on a different axis. I wish this was on like the, would this be the, which axis is this? This is X. Is this Y? I guess this is Y axis. I wish it was on the X and Z axis. Is that right? I guess you could look down and then pan that way. That's easier. All right, what happens if you like set a target? It said just double click on the thing, right? So when you set a target, the free movement kind of stops, unfortunately, and I have bugged the camera. Oh yeah, focus on it, not set a target. That is not what I was trying to do. Let's try you. There we go. Eve! So purpley. And then we can hit home, which will reset onto us. Pixels. Okay. Someone said look at the clock. Like this clock? So it's at 2:47, and when we move, it goes like 50, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, why is it automatically time warping when we move? Because, yeah, it's accelerating through time very fast. Just tap dancing away. The chat, it doesn't matter where the game time is. It's still a clock that is accelerating, you pedants. They're both clocks, and they're both accelerating. Okay, anyway. Since this is fast forwarding, I don't know how to get back in. I'm stuck outside. What does this button do? Part manager, okay. We have a flight report. This is a great flight, yeah. Does it? Wait a second. Have we landed that many times? Has it landed every time we jump? Oh yeah, it does. Vessel landed. I'm landing, chat. I never thought about it like that. Yeah, like when I'm just out in the world walking around, I am like a truck or a plane or a helicopter, and every time I hop, skip, and jump, I'm successful. Any landing you can walk away from. Kerbal Manager, action groups, and resources. And then we have backward and forward, I don't know. Vessel resources, that's my fuel. Okay, learning how to read all this. I think I'm gonna need to revert launch, because I don't know if there's a way to grab onto that. Now let's try and actually fly it. While we're doing that, hello Clayman Games, thanks for 66 months. Welcome back, appreciate the sub. Bode also getting the Peepo popcorn out. That's fair, there's probably a lot of room for some popcorn today. Trolls, thanks for 13 months. And dropping the Prime. Lutra, hello for a year and a half. Thanks for subbing again. G-Man and Anxiety Prime also back with the Prime. Hello to both of you. Urban Cake, thanks for month 3. Welcome, Urban Cake. Wanmean is cogging out. And also Grulon. Welcome back for 31 months. Hey, everybody. What? Inactive crash course. Jet on crash trajectory. This is a pre-made, by the way. Let's make sure our control surfaces work. Okay, we're gonna come to a stop. Chat, I have bad news. I have lost control of the craft. Pull up. Is there a Kerbal in here? Oh yeah, there is a Kerbal. I can't hit the brakes. None of the buttons work. B. What if we try right-clicking it? Okay, so right-click works. Get out and push. You forgot to install controls. What if we just manually activate the thruster? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was a bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. Turn it off. Deactivate. What if I just manually do the brakes with the wheels? Why are we going faster? How do you brake? Chat? We're running out of room! Help! Steering. Invert steering. Trees! Trees are actively shrinking in front of my eyes. Oh, no collision? Oh, we're fine. Never mind, we're golden. No problem. Easy peasy. Simply phase through time and space. Oh, here are the wheels. I don't know how to make a manual brake. I don't know what I just clicked. Because one thing that's tough with menus like this is when you click on something and it changes the location of all the other things. But I guess that has to happen. If you activate stage, can you steer? Oh no. Gonna go live with the fishies now, chat. Oh shit. Hold on. Noom. Noom. Chat, is activate and deactivate backwards now? Because this says status nominal. Apparently underwater is nominal. But when I click activate, it says status off. I think it's the wheels. Let me try reverting. Who needs space? Explore the ocean. All right. I have no controls. None of the buttons work. Let's try going to the VAB. Oh, I was gonna read all that. I was gonna read all that, but it's okay. I've played Kerbal 1. Because, like, if you do the Sparrow, you don't have to stage anything, chat. Okay, look, see? Sparrow, I have full control, no staging required. See? I can hit brakes, I can activate the brakes, I can turn the brakes off. You don't need staging to turn on the engine to activate brakes. Does the jet not have an antenna built in? Does it need it? It has a, but the other thing has a pilot. Okay, we were trying this one. I can't. How do you go to the launch pad? This is why I was trying to read the instructions, but I accidentally skipped through them. The jet is cursed. This is the right button, right? Like, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just like... +2. +2. Try select runway instead of launch pad. Okay, hang on. Let's recover the jet, select the runway, then... I feel like I'm supposed to have clicked something else and I haven't clicked it yet. It's broken? Okay. Let's restart the game. Let's just do a full game restart. Hello. Hi, it's me way down here. So small. Alright, we're turning it back on. I would die laughing if you restarted and the game worked completely fine. Like, just the rest of the game for the entire stream. We are doing our best. We're doing our best. I don't know what I should have looked at what I was loading. Because I think I may have loaded a, like, flight in progress. By the way, chat, I just wanted to point out that I did buy the game myself shortly before the stream. This is not... Oops, I am outside. Okay, let's just recover. I recovered myself. No, I wanted to recover this. Okay, revert to launch. Hold on, no... Just... Let's go to the VAB again. And then we can clear the runway. Then select the runway. Okay, I can read this now. But yeah, I did buy, this is not a review key. I didn't get to play before the stream except for that one test flight that I mentioned, so everything that you're seeing, I'm seeing for the first time too. I also really haven't watched any other content creators play this. I have no idea if what is happening to me is the standard or the exception. This is where you assemble vehicles to take you wherever you want to go. Parts picker? Yep. This is our toolbox of things to build stuff, which I'd like to do, but I'm a little concerned that I won't be able to launch if I build something now. You can view parts by category and search and sort. You can also set favorites. Ooh, favorites is nice. You can construct several assemblies or sections of the vehicle at the same time. The assembly marked with the green icon is your launch assembly. It is what goes out the door when you select launch. Use the engineer report to see how well your vehicle will perform with useful stats and a list of potential problems. For example, you can see if you have a thrust to weight ratio over 1, which means your rocket will actually leave the launch pad. Over here is the trip planner. That's this button. Use it to plot a destination, ensuring your vehicle has the ability to get there. That's cool. And then once you're ready to fly, select the launch button. As long as your vehicle fits completely within the VAP, it will be moved out to your chosen launch location. The training center teaches everything from basic rocket construction to orbital mechanics. It's fun and informative. Back to the VAB. Okay, so we need to load the Eris K2. It has the green icon over the top of it. Let me check the engineer's report. Vessel has no command pod and no parachute. Command pod may not survive curb and landing, and it's missing RCS. Well, luckily for us, it isn't a rocket. It is, in fact, a jet plane. Am I in, like, the... Is there a space plane builder? Like there was in Kerbal 1, or do you build everything out of the VAB now? Because maybe that's the issue? No, it's just the VAB? Okay. So I'm just troubleshooting. Let's go back to the runway. Oh, now it launches. Okay. Yeah, so... we're here. The buttons work. Okay. Control surfaces work. Yep, all the control surfaces work. Lights and landing gear. So I don't think the first bit of landing gear is deployable. Well, buckle up, chat. Let's actually give it a try now. We have throttle at max, which might be a problem. Let's go ahead and stage. Lay off the brakes. And up, up, and away. Let's try and line this up a little bit before we gain speed. It is leaning heavily left. Heavily left, chat. And if I turn SAS off, it just noses down. Yeah, if you turn SAS off, it just becomes a missile. This thing does spin. So other than the wings probably being in the wrong place, it's definitely easier than the last one. Try some trim? Yeah, okay. I'm holding Alt and then S to try and set trim, which basically trim is just adjusting the position of the steering mechanisms in order to set a new default. Okay, we're going like, this thing is floppy as hell. Let's shave some speed with a high G turn. Actually, this is not even 1G. We're not even at 1G. Okay, let me try leveling this thing out. It really just wants to plummet. It's trying hard to just nosedive into the ground. Oh no, why is the audio muting when I Alt-tab? I thought I turned that off. Microsoft Flight Sim is here. Okay, I'm trying to adjust the trim still, but you should be able to see some movement. These are some huge flaps and ailerons. Is your payload bay open? It's not a payload bay, okay? This thing is a scoop. Maybe if we retract the landing gear, that'll help. The scoop does seem like it probably should be a little closer up. It's a kangaroo pouch. Like, that's definitely better. We probably found the right amount of trim now. Because I'm not making any adjustments, and we're seeming to stay fairly level. Turning is hard, though. Alright, we have to try to land this, right? Bring the landing gear back down. It's coming in 09 right. Coming in hot. 126 meters per second. We're gonna need to slow down a little bit more. 88 meters per second is... Oh dear, we're bouncing. Ooh, hit the brakes first. Wow, those brakes are rough. Easy peasy. No problem. Auto throttle all over again. Incredibly strong brakes. Probably shouldn't just jam them on like that. It worked. Yeah, it worked. Oh, I need to change something, though. There we go. Not a doubt at all. Why would there be? What's the hide UI button? So we can get some cinematic views. There's a bridge that you can fly under in the main Kerbal Space Center. If I can get there. A bridge. Oh, I see it. Oh dear. Twitch didn't tell me you started streaming. Well, that's on you for not marking it on the calendar, isn't it? Should have set an alarm. Okay, the bridge is like here? Oh, I see it. We need to line this up, chat. I'm losing too much speed, though. There's a lot of trees right there. I just got clotheslined. Technically went under it. Yeah. Technically went under it. Cartoon disassembly. Oh. What's up, Nessa Man? Thank you for the plane sub for 23 months, almost 2 years. Whoop 89 for 3. Happy 3 years. And thanks again. It says to the moon. Darkby Dragon is at 95, setting a new high score. All right, let's Oh, the problem with this is I'm gonna have to do the trim again. That's gonna be tough. The trim was like perfect. It feels like it's flying different now. Like it's wiggling. Wait, are the wings misaligned again or something? Everything is awful now. This plane went from very flyable to unflyable. It's just flipping left. Now it's flipping right. Because of the trim, probably. SAS is off right now, chat. Use your eyeballs. Yeah, I'm having to use roll trim, which I don't think should be happening. The wings are off. I think the wings are off. Bro. Look, hang on, look up here, look up here. Look at this section. Do you see how it's like... There's bits revealed that shouldn't be? Something happened. The wings are stapled on. The intake is off to the left too? Hold on, did they try and rebuild the same plane out of the parts that crashed? Is that why they're all messed up? It's good as new. Ah. But thanks again, Darby Dragon, for almost 100 months, and Paul for 39 says hardcore Kerbling. That's what we're doing. Random backwards and Clayman games as well. I love Kerbal. It's not Kerbal Kill Program. Okay? Kerbal Space. We're going way too fast on this runway. Alright, this seems much better. Turn SAS off, and then adjust trim. Slow down, we're going like 250 meters per second. It's definitely flying better. What's on the island? Probably the same as the first game. There used to be a, like a landing strip over there. Okay, that feels better. Let's turn around now. I want to try the bridge again, yeah. I'm going to make a save in the air to try to avoid the trim resetting. There we go. Okay. The bridge, I think, is there. So we actually need to line this up a little better. Because I'm going to hit the VAB, I think, at this rate. We need to, like, lose a lot of altitude. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah! Second try, Etal is back. I don't even think I really would have clipped the trees, to be honest. If they were real. Where are the other bridges? Oh, right there? Oh, damn. All right, let's circle around. Chillin' Sicilian, hello. Can you double check something for me? No. I'm not gonna pause yet. No pause. This is actually working right now, so we need to let it continue. Our streak of good luck. Okay, I'm turning around to try to get into position to go under the bridges that I think are right there. By the way, I'm playing on medium settings and getting, what, like 30 frames per second with my rig and streaming at the same time. So that might get worse if we make a big-ass rocket. But I would say that the frame rate is less of an issue than the other things. I am not lined up at all.
Hell yeah!
Oh! Just making it work! Looking easy! All that training in Microsoft Flight Sim. I was, to be fair, playing with without keyboard controls in Flight Sim. Now go through the giant antenna. Oh my, this? I'm not gonna make it like sideways? How do you go through that? You have to go through sideways? Alright, that one's not gonna happen. The top part. Oh, the top part. I think I need more space. Why is this thing is struggling to pull up right now? Okay. Hold on, we'll go for another pass. Is this Steam achievements or something? Yeah, I was just scouting it out. Alright, let's come around for another go. And then we'll actually build something. Not 3 for 3. Did not make it. So close. So close. It felt like a missed field goal. It just donged off of the uprights. No explosions, just donks now. Okay, recover the vessel. What's left of it? Take me to Kerbal Space Center. Have you ever played Ace Combat? No, but I think I actually own the last Ace Combat that came out. I guess we need to try building a rocket, yeah. We've done some flying, we should try building a rocket. I think we should start by building the most simple possible rocket. That is basey. Because since this is just sandbox right now, it's gonna have like, I'm assuming all the parts that they currently have just tossed in here. I like that there's different drop-down menus and stuff now. Okay, all the parts you like. That's false. I didn't like any of these parts. I just deleted my craft instead of the maneuver node. I'm just imagining your Kerbal like in space, just like, I hate it. This sucks. Remove this ship from orbit. I'm so upset. Well, better luck next time. I think a Mark 1 tin can, Mark 1 tin can is a perfect place to start. Just a single seat command pod. Perfect for smaller rockets. We're gonna do the tiniest rocket. Oh man, it automatically color coordinates with the color schemes that you picked out for your company. Whoo! Okay. These are gonna be beautiful Hulk ships. Hulk ship. Impact tolerance of 15 meters per second, yeah. Okay. Let's just do this like we would do any other vessel that we were gonna make, right? Well, if we were gonna make a vessel, we'd probably start with like a Stayputnik. So let's start with an unmanned. With the remote guidance unit, with no crew, very small battery, and a tiny internal reaction. So let's start with the most simple of simples. And then for fuel tanks, I think we're gonna want... Actually, no, we're gonna want like... I know we don't need heat re-entry here, but is there gonna be any payload whatsoever, or like stack separators or anything like that? For payloads, we have fairings, cargo bays, crew cabins, and trusses. Some of this stuff is probably more advanced than I even got in Kerbal 1, which is fine. We don't need any nose cones. We will want some wings. Got some landing legs. Thermal dispersion heat shields, which actually we don't need at all right now, but we can still put one on just because it makes us feel nice. A little spark when we build. We got batteries, solar arrays, and generators. Comms. So the Stayputnik, does it need an antenna for us? We're not going to get that high off the ground anyway, let's be real. I'll try and save it with a parachute. Let's get a Mark 16. Oh, it's no parachute on this because there's no nose node, apparently. So I'm gonna have to attach one to the side, I guess. Okay. There's a radial. Oh my god, it's massive. No nose node? Oh no. Yeah, there was a nose node in Kerbal 1 on this, right? I'm sure there was. You could put a parachute on top of the Stayputnik. Am I crazy? There was not? Maybe I just never used the Stayputnik. Probes aren't meant to come back. Wow, that is dark. That is dark. Fine, we're just gonna send it on a suicide mission. We got all sorts of things here. What type of engine are we gonna use? We got solid fuel boosties, jet, monopropellant. What is a xenon? Deep space engine, electric deep space. Hydrogen gives us the huge. This thing is big. That is big. And then the nerve. Cool. Probe is a very singular mission, to be fair. Yeah, that is fair. Let's like I said, we're gonna do the most basic possible setup here. I want to start as small as humanly possible on this. I don't even know what atmospheric thrust we need to get a probe to just lift off of the ground. Like I'm not expecting this to go to space. As small as Kerbally possible. Yes, my apologies. It's a good point. So how do wings work now? I'm allergic to making wings work. Let's put 4. And then I wish I knew all of the hotkeys from Kerbal 1. I guess it's just 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that still feels more or less the same. How do you edit the wings? Isn't there a way to make custom wings? That's alignment local. And alignment global, right? I don't remember how to switch between alignment local and global. The wrench button? Oh, not that wrench button. When you hover over the wings. Oh no, they put Kenshi character creator in my Kerbal. Oh shit. Oh my god. It's huge. War of the Worlds looking mofo. Okay, I'm assuming it's adding a lot of weight as well. How do I reset this? Was it not all at 0? Okay, it was wingspan. I get it. Spooky. Yeah, I don't think that's what we're looking. Okay, at this point, I just want to reset these. 1950s spaceship. You know what? Just leave it. Let's leave it. That looks perfect. It's beautiful. Garlic cloves. I don't think that it needs any more than this. Workspace file name versus vehicle name. The vehicle name is going to be, the quad pod. That's it. I'm sure it'll launch. I am also sure that it will launch. It's beautiful. Well, there's nothing to it but to do it, chat. We don't need a glorious countdown. This is just the most rudimentary of rockets. But we can take a second to at least appreciate Kerbin's visual upgrade. Kerbin looks lovely in the distance. Three, two, one. Oh, there was a countdown! And I skipped it because I thought the spacebar didn't register, and we are numing. Where's our fuel? Majestic launch music. There's clouds. And we're out. Oh, completely stable. What the hell? We're still going up. Ground is getting further away. What is that? Stink lines. Well, I don't know what that is. We're still decelerating. We have apoapsis in 60 seconds of 62,000 meters. We almost made it to space on our first try. We are like at the upper atmosphere. The trails are off of acceleration, not velocity. I think that makes sense. Well, it looks nice up here. We do have some inline reaction wheels. Chat, what goes up must come down. It's so green. It is. I accidentally skipped the countdown. I'll have to see what that is next time other than just numbers. Very round circular missile. A nice first probe, I think. Chad, did they change all the color scheming for the iconography here? Quad pod is doomed. I don't know, but is there a colorblind mode? Are these colors not colorblind friendly? Like the green and the blue are too close together? Because I usually see this shade of yellow in colorblind mode. Well, we are now approaching the ground. And there are no parachutes. So, we're just gonna land. Can we face retrograde? Yeah, I think not. I can hear the wind. What does that noise mean? Someone's trying to communicate. We are decelerating. That's the good news. The bad news, we're about to decelerate a lot harder. Poof. We're gonna have to repair the runway after that, I think. Vaporize. Where's my vehicle? Where's my vehicle? I should have named this something else. Hey, you know what? Throw this away. I don't know how you take a group of things and throw it away at the same time. Chat, what should our initial goal be? Don't say go to the moon. Like, we gotta do baby steps. We can't just go to the moon. Orbit and back. Okay. It's gonna be a little easier just because we're not heavily restricted. Because we're in what is effectively the only mode in the game, sandbox. So you can make this as detailed as you want, as early as you want. So if you're waiting for career mode or science mode or something, I understand, because that's the game mode that I think appeals to me the most. I like having limited resources to work with and having to do things with baby parts and then earning the large parts. But if you just want to build stuff and make things and challenge yourself creatively, you're going to have the most stuff to do at this stage in the game of early access. Let's start with the tin can. Get like one person up into space. I think getting our first Kerbal into space is a good goal. And bring them down safely. See how much thrust you can generate with a single vehicle. Okay, we can probably do that too. Did they say what's landable? I'm assuming you can land on any planetary body that's currently in the Kerbolar solar system. The Kerbolar system. However, I think things don't look the way that you expect them to yet, shall we say. As in, the surface of the moon, I don't think the surface of the moon has any craters on it yet. Among other things. Very early. Perfect cue ball moon. Go make some craters. I gotta learn where everything is here. Let's start with utility, and let's get a Mark 16 parachute on the nose cone. That's obvious enough. Let's also, I know that there's no heat mechanics right now, but we're gonna treat this as if it were any other launch, right? And let me get a, ooh, that's too small. Thermal heat shield right on the bottom of this thing. Let's just make it a very simple objective. Put a Kerbal in orbit and bring him back. Or at least put him in space and then bring him back. Keep it simple. Okay, so we got the pod. Check. We're gonna need fuel and separators. Coupling. decouplers. Get a decoupler under the heat shield. We've got radial, there's docking ports, various payloads. Let's not worry about payloads right now. Let's go straight to fuel. So I want to see what our different options are. Let's just throw them out there. So we're looking at everything in the small range. I do appreciate that these are size coordinated now. It's going to make picking what type of piece you want or looking at your options much easier at this point, because before you'd sort of have to click on everything and throw it out here or sort by size every single time. So each of these is just going to be roughly the same tank, and you can stack them, which also I don't think you could do this before in Kerbal 1, right? You can have like a second bit in your workspace and construct onto it. If you could do this in Kerbal 1, I certainly didn't know how. Whereas before, you would have to put something onto the primary ship, and only then could you attach bits to it. So that's cool. It's going to make building much more convenient. But anyway, yeah, for all intents and purposes, these are just larger versions of each other. So this is like a half ton of fuel, 1 ton of fuel, 2 tons of fuel, 4 tons, and then 1.2 tons. This is more of like an angular shape to make things more aerodynamic. One thing I do wish, I wish when you clicked over anything here, it didn't auto-select the other piece. I don't like having to move it all the way down to the trash can. Small thing, but it's just going to take some adjustment from having played Kerbal 1. But yeah, let's decide. I think I like this size for this stage. Oh, doing it again on accident. I just talked about it. It's going to take some muscle memory overriding. Right click. Right click doesn't do anything on this. But I never right clicked in Kerbal 1 anyway. I would just left click over here somewhere. Okay. Anyway, we have some fuel. Let's get a simple engine. So we're looking at only the small engines here, and just gonna scope them out. So we have reactive alternate propellant intelligent engine, a marvel of technology that can function as an air-breathing jet engine or closed-cycle rocket system. There's actually more description. You can hit Shift to view more. Ooh, that's nice. Lots of information there. So this has atmospheric thrust of 105 kilonewtons, which is a lot. 3200 ISP breathing air, yeah, but it says 3200 ISP in vacuum. That's the SSTO engine. Yeah, that's kind of like what I figured. It just seems extremely powerful. Wouldn't mind trying to do that at some point as well. There's the old Reliant. Okay, Reliant and Swivel. Those are both familiar. This is your typical starting gear in Kerbal 1 in career mode or science mode. So Reliant has actually more thrust by a decent factor. However, it has no ability to articulate and therefore steer. So typically I like to use the Swivel. The Swivel does have better ISP, which means it's more fuel efficient in atmosphere and vacuum as well. But yeah, being able to swivel is nice. There's the Thud, okay. And then we have a KS-25 Vector. The Kerbodyne flagship engine, heavier than engines like Reliant, nearly the power of a mainsail, with over 10 degrees. This engine works great both in and out of atmosphere, and our engineers promise the new alloys make it 99% less likely to explode. This thing has 769 kilonewtons of thrust in atmo. That is extremely high. How? What is this? Besides God. Not super energy or fuel efficient though. And then we've got the Aerospark Dart. Rather unique in its design with a decent amount of thrust, reasonably efficient, in and out of atmosphere, very well rounded. It has a very short profile which works well for landers. I've noticed that they're being more sort of informational in the descriptions and less jokey. There's still some jokes, but sometimes it was difficult to even figure out what anything did in Kerbal 1, because it was just like, okay, well, that was funny to read, but now I want to actually know a summary of the object and what it does. So this is nice. I think one thing I would enjoy, I feel like it's slightly harder to compare different things because there's different like generator tabs for this. So the engine's on the first tab, but on the second on this one. I know you can just look back and forth. It's easier to look at the large text that's on the left-hand side almost. So instead of the small blue, because you don't have to show the information, and it's easier to compare like this. Because this is 4 tons. Anyway, yeah, we're just gonna stick with a simple swivel engine, nothing crazy. Just keeping within our means. Then I probably want another stage. We're just gonna try and get orbit with a small vehicle. Just maybe limit ourselves to just all small parts. As if we were starting a new campaign of career. Love our company color scheme. Okay, how about another larger liquid engine under this? This one's what, twice the size of the one that we have on this stage? And then maybe I'm gonna try the Reliant so we can get a bit more thrust in atmosphere. We won't have any articulation though. Okay, and then maybe some SRBs on the side for the initial push to get to space before we start trying to set up an orbit. See what kind of structures we have. We got struts, we got launch clamps, engine mounts. Use several smaller engines instead of one large one. Combine them up. Adapters for different size stages. We got beams, I-beams, fuselage, chassis, structural panels, lots and lots of structural bits. Gonna make for some fun custom builds. Okay, let's get some radial decouplers. These are extra large. Okay, yeah, let's just do the small radial decouplers. Aerodynamic. A small radial decoupler designed for jets and space planes. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, just a tiny one here. Gotta get used to the camera controls again. How many of these do we want? 4? And then how do you do probably want these to be higher up because we want the SRBs, solid rocket boosters, to be pushed off from the nose. Would that just be engines? Yeah, there we go. So we got the Thumper, classic. There's the launch escape system. We got the Separatrons. Those are neat. And then Hammer and Flea. So Hammer and Flea are just really small. This is what you typically would make your first rocket with. Kind of working your way up to the thumper. God, this is a beautiful, beautiful beast. Let's save the thumpers for now, because I want to, like I said, I enjoy working my way up. We probably want to move this down now. This is not going to have much boost at all. Are they connected? They look like they are. Kind of sometimes looks like they're floating. Okay, what do these buttons do again? We got snap, symmetry mode, selection versus global versus local. What does this do? Assembly anchor, okay, and launch assembly. So is like... What are these, oh, oops. Let's try, chat, for the first time, we're gonna do Control-Z. Okay, it actually, I think, worked. How do you just pick up the... Wait, did I just make this the anchor point of the craft? I think I did. Oops. Yeah, I gotta figure out what these hotkeys do. 1, 2, 3, 4 do different things now, I believe. There we go. Hey, what's up, Tao Noel? How's it going? Are these placeholder textures or custom paint? You choose the color scheme that you want for your space company, and then it applies that color scheme to all of your ships. I'm assuming you can just paint them whatever you want with tools. 3 is not rotate anymore. Yeah, that's taking some getting used to. It seems like rotate is baked into these, which I'm not sure how I feel about it, because it makes some, when there's overlap. You might be clicking on the wrong thing and have less articulation. You've already found the perfect color scheme. Why, thank you. Let's do a small pointy nose cone. Okay. And maybe some wings. We have had some fun making our own control surfaces. The LPCS 250 will be perfect. Because we can just click on the wrench here and then make it however we want. However we want. Is there a way to see how much the wing weighs as you're editing it? Turn the nose cones. There you go. Is there a center of mass button? I'm sure there is. Here we go. Chat, are wings the same weight no matter how big they are? By chance. Let's find out. This is going to be called the wing nugget. Bottom right, is there a mass thrust to weight info button? Yeah, there is. thrust to weight is 2.325. Yeah, it doesn't change at all. It doesn't adjust until you close the procedural planner. Ah. Still the same thrust to weight. So aerodynamic. Same mass too. Yeah, hold on. We just saved, right? So I can just bring this back around. Let's just do a little test for science. Well, we might need more than just this fine point at the bottom. Test successful. I think that went well. Science has failed us. Yeah. Also, thanks again, Tristan S, for the 17-month sub. Welcome back, Tristan. Attack Frog with the Blackjack 21-month sub. Much appreciated. Simple Anarchy, thanks for almost 2 years. Hello, Simple Anarchy. Zard says, I won't use this sub to ask for the original People Leave back this time. Apologies about that. Well, that's good, because you're not getting it. And Modified also is hurt for 51 months. I'm so sorry. Looks like a Xeon mobile suit. Oh, that it does. How do we, is launch clamp what we're looking for? It actually doesn't see the wings. This is difficult. Oh. The struts will make it less wobbly. Okay. Let's go. Okay, I think they do have mass and weight. They're just not in the engineer's report. Which seems like an oversight by the engineers. I didn't check staging at all. A work of art, yes. Beautiful. Our orbit and back goal went out the window real fast. That's because they gave me sliders. Okay, that's not my fault, that's their fault. My question is, these are articulating winglets that, like, you're supposed to be able to move to steer with, right? But why do they instantly start wobbling without... And don't say struts. I'm talking about the Not the wing wobbling from the middle of the craft. The articulating aspect of the wing is flapping like a doggy door. SAS. How do you, can you launch without SAS on? Number one. Number two, we're going to, of course, just add a bunch of struts here. Maybe? These can't get attached to anything. How do you stop building a strut? Oh, no, it does. Oh, no. When you pick it up, it picks it up from... Oh, dear. And moves the camera. Okay. I don't know how to delete. There we go. Just the delete button. I thought, like, okay. Should we just abandon this? No. We just have to figure out what part of the wings we can actually click on. That goes through the wing. So the wing is huge, but the game doesn't actually register it as a clickable object. Have you considered smaller winglets? Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? Okay, I just need to find... I'm still getting used to the controls. That did not duplicate on any side. What? What is happening? These are no longer symmetrical, huh? We make 4. Let's connect them to whatever the heck we can connect them to. You can, okay, it doesn't register, wait. Yeah, it doesn't register the wings. You can't connect any struts to winglets, I think. Never mind. Okay, abandon ship, false alarm. Now we're just gonna strut the little thrusters to each other. Haphazardly. Perfect. It's beautiful. Take me out to the launch pad. Oh my god. It's so stable. Oh. Okay, let me check stages. Stage 1? Yes. Why is this thruster in a completely different stage? We're sending a lawn dart to space. I think it's gonna fly, chat. I think you're all gonna be very surprised. Why are there only 3 SRBs attached to this? Where is the 4th SRB? Is that it? It's not highlighting. That's gotta be it. All right, let's count it down. The wing nugget is ready to fly. We have max throttle for liquid. SAS is totally gonna save us. Why did you make Unit 01 from Evangelion? You guys are about to be blown away. We are go for launch! I don't know where we're flying, but we're flying. $6,500 Gs? What? Okay, I have a question. What if we just... Chat, I have an idea. What if we just have too much thrust? Like... What if we keep... I mean, SAS was off and it was still gonna wobble. I'm just saying, what if we just try liquid only as the first stage? Just the liquid reliant, and just see if it still takes off. Oh, so stable. It's so stable. Okay, what if we just have only the SRBs? And that's it. Go. Oh my god, we're doing it. Oh my god, we're doing it. This is the most stable launch to date. We're going up. We're gonna go straight into the sun. How is it still together? We just had too much force. We have 15 Gs sometimes. We're at 15 plus Gs. What did I just pressed something. I don't know. We're all staging is gone. Staging is gone now. There are no stages anymore. Did our Kerbal not die because of the G-forces? Where we're going, we don't need stages. It's okay. Our winglets are so large that we are going to gracefully touch down as if gliding. We're rotating between 5 and 20 meters per second, so as long as we just catch the ground on the 5 meters per second, we're actually going to land just fine in a water splashdown. Hi, Italics. How's Kerbal Space Program? Hello, Sim. I hope that what you can see on screen adequately answers that question. It sure is something. Well, the ship is totally recoverable. I have just been sent to space, where I was subsequently exploded by a cosmic being who was unhappy with my build. Warp drive unlocked. You upset the gods with that one. I think so. You found the door Cthulhu uses. Cox is trying to take down the stream as well. Why are you guys at 2200 kilobits per second, as if we don't have enough problems? My rocket ship is not missing textures. We made it pink and green watermelon Hulk colors on purpose. Not as a joke. Anyway, I'm taking the joke parts off now. We're gonna try making a real one. A real one. Okay? All right, you guys are back to like 3,000 kilobits per second, so hopefully it's starting to look like an actual stream now. High Stakes Jenga, thank you for the 14 months of sub. Much appreciated. But anyway, Sim, it's early access. If Kerbal Space Program 2 were a baby, it would still be, I think, at the stage where mommy's tummy is getting rounder. And we're looking at the I don't know. I don't have babies. Okay, I don't understand how they work. Interesting analogy choice, but true. That's not to say that you can't have fun, because I am having fun. I'm just not sure how much of it is fun that developers intended me to have, versus how much fun I'm having doing things I'm not supposed to be doing. Also, these are off. Ever so slightly. I think that's lined up. Babies, how do they work? I don't know, she's the worst. They don't, you know? They don't work. They eat and sleep for free. They pay for nothing. Babies do need to get jobs. All right, we're gonna make normal wings. We're gonna make totally normal wings. Totally normal control surfaces. I am gonna modify them to be a little smaller. Like so. That honestly looks perfect. Okay? What's the goal for this rocket? At this point, just get to space. And I doubt we have enough fuel to set up a stable orbit because I'm intentionally using small SRBs and working our way up because I enjoy simulating the feel of career and science mode even if it's not in the game yet. So we're just playing with all the parts we would be playing with in a new Kerbal 1 career mode to see how they function as compared to the first game, and I may have gone overboard with the wing customization a minute ago. Okay, this is honestly just a few struts away from Send It. We have a nose cone parachute to actually protect the pilot. We have no need for any sort of communications. Realistically, we don't even need a battery because I don't think we even have like an inline reactor wheel. That would be nice though. Where would that be? Where would I can search? That's remote guidance. Stabilizers. Okay, so be under stabilizers. What category is stabilizers under? Ground, wheels, thermal, electric comms, payload, coupling. It's under utility. Okay. So yeah, we can just chuck in an inline reactor wheel that'll let us get some spin if we need to, if we make it to space. Are we ready to just do some struts and just see where this ends up? I think so. How does symmetry mode work now? I mean, I guess this is still potentially useful. But it's only attaching one out of, or two out of all of those. What? Yeah, I do need at least a little bit of battery, but the struts are very awkward right now, and so is the camera. Oh, if you middle mouse on a thing, it focuses on that thing. That's what's happening. But you also middle mouse to pan up and down and left and rotate. So if you middle mouse over something, that's why it's like angling the camera. Ah, okay. Well, that's difficult because I'm trying to... How do you move the camera left and right? Dumb question, but I can't figure it out. I think middle mouse button should, because it goes up and down, but it just rotates instead. I'd like to change all the camera controls in this. Alt middle click, maybe? No. Okay, struts. How do they work? It's making so many. Like it's not treating these SRBs and nose cones as part of the main ship. It's treating them as like a weird symmetry bit. Like if I just do one, it's not mirroring on the other sides. I keep looking to chat for answers, but I know you don't have any. Are you on vessel? I don't know what that question means. Like, that seems to work. Start at the core. Yeah, but you shouldn't have to start at the core. See, now it's working. Okay, whatever I just did just reset how symmetry works. I think it was a bug. Because that is roughly how I expect struts to mirror. Okay, I think those are roughly even. We got a strut to the main vessel. We got them strutted to each... Actually, them strutted to each other. Are the struts going to break when we do the decoupler? We're going to find out. Because I feel like I had mixed experience with that. Don't reapply the same strut, delete and get a new one every time, or it bugs. Maybe that's what was happening. Okay, we got plenty of struts. Let's change fixed staging. So we want all the SRBs on the first stage. We want the liquid on the first stage as well. I just realized we're not going to have any articulation down there. I'm just going to go ahead and change this Reliant out for a swivel. I think that'll be better. Bring the whole thing down. Let's get some clamps. Even the clamps are color coordinated. It's beautiful. Are the wings not your control? The wings are going to be decoupled when they run out of fuel. When the SRBs run out of fuel. Okay, fix the staging. These are going to separate. Then, when the next stage happens, we want the thruster to go off at the same time as the decoupler, then the final decoupler, then the parachute. Let's just see where this ends up. I think it's a very basic rocket. Let's give it a launch. Oh my, it's spooky dark nighttime. SAS is already wiggling, huh? What is going on here? Well, the lighting looks cool. Valentina Kerman is ready to do a little nighttime launch. I'm gonna start at roughly like 50. Chat, what's the hotkey for smooth commands? Caps lock? How do you do caps lock and shift it? Oh, it doesn't do anything. Never mind. That's not what I wanted. I want to do like smooth throttle. What's up, Bite Hammer? Thank you for the 17-month sub. Welcome back to stream. All right, let's count it down, chat. Nighttime launch. They're trying to set us on fire with sparks. Damn, look at that. Now that's a plume. With the sunrise. It's beautiful. All right, prepare for separation. And... oh, God. There was a little wobble there. Why did it wobble so hard? Chat, I have an apoapsis of 92,000 meters. Dear Lord. We're going 1,000 meters per second already? I'm kind of glad we don't have to worry about thermal shenanigans. Because I think we would be exploding right now. Well, we're definitely going to make it to space. Making an orbit, probably not. Let's try making a maneuver node for the first time ever. Okay, I don't have time to read the maneuver. I don't have time to read the maneuver right now. We're gonna have to have way too much burn to set up an orbit here for sure. I miss being able to right-click periapsis and apoapsis. So I can see... oh, I can. There we go. Let's just... I didn't put a battery on this. Oh dear. I'm also like not sure how to read the UI yet. I don't even know where... this is the... dude, what? This thing is bouncy? Why is it so wobbly? I think that's maneuver node. This text is so small! Is the start burn time actually useful now or no? We don't have 2000 delta V, so this is gonna be fun. Oh, it's actually accurate now. Too late, I'm already going. Goodbye. Ah well. This was just the first test flight. We did make it to space, though. And we have a nice view. Your vehicle is out of fuel. You can no longer change its course. Here's the thing. What if I told you you're wrong? I'm gonna create orbit like this. Is it working? Without more boosters, how can we boost more? That's a great question. Valentina is very good at this. Excuse me, camera, why the hell would you change like that? Let me back on my ship. Chat, are we in orbit? Oh my god, what? We're at 69,000 periapsis? Almost? Hang on, is getting out and pushing actually gonna set up a stable orbit? I was doing this as a meme. I didn't think we actually set up an orbit here. Bro, don't do the camera shift. No, I don't want to do it at apoapsis. We're gonna make the apoapsis. We're gonna get periapsis just fine. There's no such thing as efficiency when you have infinite booster fuel. Infinite RCS EVA thrusters, whatever they're called. Yeah, this works better than in Kerbal Space Program 1. And we have over 70,000 periapses. Done. Easy peasy. I mean, we live in space now. We can never go home unless I get out and push again. We can just walk back. I have a parachute, don't I? All right, let's test time warp. It's wild how many times getting out and pushing has been successful on this channel. I agree. Is it rescue mission time? No, it's let's get we got to orbit on our first try, on our first serious try. Now we gotta enjoy it, you know? There's a whole new graphics engine. We got new visuals. There's actually like stars in the background. I can see a Kerboulder body over there that looks red. It's so smooth for you. It looks like crap for me. Chat, I feel like I haven't really been having the significant frame issues that I was expecting. I've had many other issues, but the frame rate has been playable. More playable than Microsoft Flight Sim was at launch. I think that's gonna happen with big rockets, maybe. Build big ship and you will. Because that looks beautiful. Big rockets really chug. Yeah, all of my issues have been from the actual, well, the gameplay. I don't know how else to put that. As in sometimes it doesn't work. As in, like, sometimes you can't control the ship until you restart the entire game, or press launch to go to the launch pad until you restart the entire game. That kind of stuff. But repeatedly. It's been better for the last hour or so. In terms of, like, avoiding game-breaking bugs. But, like, we encountered some pretty game-breaking bugs literally from our first load-in. And that was using stock build that I didn't even build. So I would say right now that the bug list for Kerbal 2 is longer than the list of presents that Santa is going to be buying this year for all the good children. Is your GPU hammered at 100%? I don't think so. Let's see. Oh, well, yeah, I guess it is. GPU is at 97%. Kerbal is using 83 of that, according to Task Manager. My CPU is at 73%. 80%, 81%. CPU, when I look back at Kerbin, CPU right now, if I stop fast forwarding, I'm at 100% GPU and 69% CPU. So, my theory is that the people who have had a lot of trouble streaming this game are streaming with their GPU. Since I am streaming with CPU, I am getting probably better frames. This is all one PC, yeah. I'm CPU streaming on an i9 9900K. I wish I had a sick-ass GPU with better codecs. But right now, Kerbal is only using, like, this moment, right? I have a tiny baby rocket. There's no physics other than the orbit. Kerbal's using 10.5% of my CPU, and OBS Studio is using 29% of my CPU. My video card is a 2080. Video card streaming is typically better if you have a like 3080 or 4080 or 4090. But I think this is why my frame rate is pretty decent. It's generating space in real time. I'm also playing on medium settings right now, for the record. Yeah, it still looks good on medium settings. But yeah, I'm using H.264 CPU encoding for my streams. Streaming from a 2080 with GPU has been nothing but awful for me because a lot of these games max out the GPU, especially if they try and push more than 60 frames with no frame capper. So you can't GPU stream unless you frame cap heavily and only play at 1080. I am a dedicated medium settings gamer. Yeah, we're just enjoying Orbit. Got our first Orbit here. But from my point of view, it's definitely a GPU bottleneck. Currently. Without building anything crazier. I've got Task Manager says my CPU utilization, sometimes it touches 100% and then goes back down just because of streaming, but I'm at like 85 to 90% utilization at 4.68 gigahertz with a base speed of 3.6. Because I got 8 cores. I got 8 cores. All right, chat, how do we get this thing down? And do another one. By the way, Crispy Games, thank you for the 5 months of Prime. Welcome back for one more. Let's EVA push back down. Okay, let's try flipping retrograde. Yeah, I don't think electrics are in the game yet either. Because I don't think you need batteries, and I don't think you need heat shields at the moment. There's no atmospheric thermal simulation. There's atmospheric drag, but no thermal, and I don't think electrics are being simulated. Because with no batteries whatsoever, we would have been less than full 50 just using inline stabilizers. And go. That was odd. There we go. I should probably just wait. Where are we? I could just wait until we're at apoapsis. Where am I? No time warp. I mean, I'll time warp this way, but I don't like teleporting, because that could make things bad. Reverting vehicle launches in this has been very buggy. Sometimes warping the entire shape of the ship on reverted launch. I wasn't expecting Curb 2 in the dark. I don't think anyone was expecting Curb 2. It was a surprise release. Okay, so it turns out, contrary to chat, who said I didn't have a... Who was in chat being like, he doesn't have enough Delta V to get orbit? I had enough Delta V to get orbit, and I did not even have a textbook orbital launch. We were going straight up without angling at all until like 20,000 meters. And we still were able to achieve orbit easily. You had to push. I had to push for less than 1,000 meters. And I didn't even push at apoapsis. Delta V calculations are wrong. That is also something that I think is reasonable. Like, okay, chat. I had plenty of Delta V because my apoapsis is 367,000 meters, and we achieved a 69,000 periapsis with suboptimal maneuvers and 1,000 meters of pushing. Okay, we had so much Delta V. All right, anywhere up here will do. So we're gonna flip retro to make it easier to push. We're gonna hop out, activate EVA thrusters. Okay, fight the camera. But yeah, I do love the new lighting. I love the new lighting, the new plumes. That's a wiggle. She's doing her best. It seems like, is it possible for me to even flip this? Do we have, can we impart physics? I'm gonna try, just to see. Like, clearly, I don't know, it's not really flipping, is it? It seemed like it rotated ever so slightly. But yeah, this seems incredibly efficient. Like, we're already at 67,000 periapsis. Uh, 2K20, you can do exclamation PC. What's the story behind the color scheme? You pick a company color scheme at the beginning, and I didn't know that it painted every ship that by default. And now we just embrace. Yeah, okay, periapsis is down to 63. I feel like it's a lot more generous with your EVA fuel as well now. We're doing great, chat. I've almost found a perfectly stable hold W. Seems appropriate. One of the first things we do in Kerbal 2 is get out and push. Yeah, no, I think so. Cause yeah, we're still at like 40% propellant, and we've already shaved off 10,000 meters periapsis. This is true Kerbal engineering. So we're probably aiming for like 40,000 periapsis. And then we can just aero brake. Even if there's no thermal, it should still slow us down nicely. I mean, at this point, we would definitely just automatically slow down with a couple of orbits. It might take a little while, but we would. But it'd be a lot more clean and efficient if we can just at least get it to 40 or under. My new stream PC. God, that Nightbot command makes me sound so hopeful. You won't get burned descending? No, there's no thermal elements in Kerbal 2 right now. So, I guess there's atmospheric drag, but there isn't any thermal. These are the good old times. Okay, we need to get in before we actually run out of juice. Because I think, like Kerbal 1, we do get infinite EVA propellant. As long as we go back on board. Careful. I don't want to fly off into space. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is obviously splash down, or wherever we end up. And then we're going to try and go to the moon. Put a little something together. Get a moon vessel. It's getting away! What? It's 200 meters and okay. Just bring it back. Bring it back. This is fine. It's not lost. We're still accelerating towards it. Let's keep it controlled. Okay, let's get back on board. I don't know what that just did. That was, yeah, that made my stomach drop. Okay, we're at 52,000 periapsis. That made my stomach drop. I just did Kerbal gravity. I am Valentina Bullock. Well, put another one on the bug tracker. There we go. All right, that might be the perfect spot. Chat thought that was the first dead Kerbal? They thought the Kerbal was dead already? No. Overtly esoteric, are you aware that the ship is currently in a retrograde state, which means that we're actually accelerating behind us. So by pushing on the back of the ship, I'm slowing us down. So we're not actually going the direction that the nose cone is pointed. We're actually hurtling that direction right now. The reason we do that is because pushing on the thruster is the easiest place to get a grip. Easy. 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 I see what you want to do, and I'd kindly ask you not to do it again. It seems like when you hit something going too fast, or what the game perceives to be too fast. Did I just create gravity? We have mag boots? This was originally a bug, but they decided to keep it in. Really? I would advise not keeping that part in. The part that shoots me hundreds of meters above my ship. This is just like The Expanse. I remember that part of The Expanse. We're coming in a little hot. Let me in. What do we got? We're at 46,000 periapses. That's pretty low. We can do better. We can do better. You can ride the ship like a cowboy, just like how they did it in the Wild West. Let's at least get it to 40,000. There we go. All right, I think I found the perfect spot. What happens if you jump with mag boots? Will it still simulate gravity physics, or will it shoot you off into space? You teleport to the moon. Has anybody else had the bug where you try to walk around on Kerbin, but it fast forwards time like 4 times speed? Is that just in everyone's game or just in mine? Okay, I wish there was a button you pressed to do this. Because it does it somewhat automatically. Oop, 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 oop. Slow down. Hello, chat. What are all these first-time chatters coming from? Hold on, first-time chatters. I'll be with you shortly. We're just trying to get our periapsis under 40k so we can aero brake back into Kerbin. This is our first orbit, and we barely made it. But my Valentina is really not wanting to get out and push. She's content standing on the edge of the thruster. Shove your head into the nozzle. All right, let's just hit 40k. And hopefully that'll be enough. And then I can ride in the ship and we can answer the questions. Got enough propellant. Under 41. Did someone say first-time chatters? Wow, where are they all coming from? Like cockroaches. Coming up between the floorboards. There we go. All right, under 40k. Since this actually seems like a stable spot. Nope, never mind. All right, I'm getting back in. We can just ride this out. Boom. We made it. What's up, Coolidez? Alex, I see Kerbal Space Program 2 has a 50% score on Steam. What are your thoughts on the initial offering? I think for me personally, I've gotten so much enjoyment out of Kerbal Space Program 1 that I'm fine. Like, I bought the game, this isn't a review code, and I paid the $50. And I'm fine supporting the devs and paying for, I know there's different developers and this and that, but at the same time, I'm fine putting the initial investment in so that the game becomes what it's supposed to be over time. I don't really have too much of an issue with that. However, I think that should be the primary reason to get the game right now. Because I think if you're a veteran of Kerbal 1, you're definitely going to be missing a hell of a lot of features. And that's assuming that your computer runs it, and also assuming that the game lets you play. Because in my case, I've had weird control lock issues preventing me from accessing plane features and control surfaces and all of that. I don't think, like, there's the joke inside of Kerbal of it's been this many days since the last accident. So far, my first impressions are we have a pretend running minute counter since the last bug. Because there have been a lot. And I don't just mean silly physics, which is going to happen in any physics-based game. Small indie publisher Take-Two Interactive. Well, the thing is, like, I want it to be successful. I want it to be successful because it's very ambitious, especially the things that they want to do down the line. But the things they want to do down the line do remind me of another ill-fated space game that we happened to play the menu music of at the beginning of stream, and it's particularly beloved by me, and that is Starbase. And I'm hoping that Kerbal 2 finds its footing and can actually stick the landing. But there is that other super ambitious space game that wanted to do everything. And had big dreams. And I'm happy to support space and sci-fi games that have really big dreams. Because I want them to be successful, and I want them to exist, and I want them to implement the gameplay features that they dream of implementing. Some say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not. But yeah, I think I think Kerbal Space 2 puts the early access in early access. It is what it says on the tin. I think that please pause it. You want me to pause the game? Why? Okay, hang on. Let me make an actual save. Why did you tried to make me do the bug? I saw a screenshot of that. The bug? On the one hand, right? I played Kerbal 1 back when it first released in Early Access, and it definitely was an entirely different game than compared to now. By far. By the way, we are coasting in here to Periapsis in like 4 minutes, so I'm just going to get there without accelerating time, because it's fun to look at. I enjoy the visuals. But I think people are living in... I'm gonna have two opinions here that I don't think conflict at all. People are living in Crazy World where I don't remember, maybe just like a couple examples of games that started out in alpha and early access and intentionally lowered the price of entry because it was in alpha or beta. Okay, the reason why developers almost always make the price of early access, beta, or alpha higher is to keep out the people who will scream and cry about the obviously missing features that everyone already knows are missing. All right, it's gatekeeping on purpose in order to keep some people who are not ready for that level of bug and unfinishedness out on purpose. In fact, many, if not all, MMOs, ARPGs, things like that, intentionally will have founders packs that are 2, 3, 4 times more expensive than the base game, just so that you can have the early access if you want it. So I think the easiest answer is if you think it's too expensive and you don't want to play it right now in its current state, or it doesn't run on your computer, or whatever, you shouldn't feel guilty about that. You can just not get it and then wait. This is the release trailer footage. Founder packs seem to just support development. That's basically what this is. This early access is just supporting the development of this game. So I guess you either believe in it or you don't, or you want to spend the money early or you don't. And I think either take is totally reasonable. I think it's okay to be now. Here's the other side of the reasonable, level-headed discussion for me. Is I think that the biggest mistake that the developers have made in this early access release and Kerbal in general is that I think the biggest appeal of Kerbal Space Program 1 is evident in the fact that Kerbal 1 is often used as an educational tool, even by classrooms and in school settings. And I think that the biggest mistake of Kerbal 2 is having such a priority on visuals and graphics that it's going to close those opportunities out if they can't find a way to significantly optimize it. And I think that the availability, the Minecraft-esque nature of Kerbal 1, where you can play it on most computer setups, so everyone is included, excluding some people based on their hardware is somewhat counter to what I think is the spirit of Kerbal Space Program 1. So that really depends on how well it can be optimized over time, which I have no technical knowledge of. By the way, okay, the reason I didn't realize we're only 35,000 meters up is because there is no thermal ness. So I should have already separated. Now we're gonna have the most awkward stage separation ever, I think, because we're actually decelerating right now perfectly. We're not supposed to have this piece. And I'm scared I can't flip even with SAS right now because what's your FPS now? I mean, you're looking at it. There's a couple chops when it loads things in, but it's playable. That's how that works, right? At 31,000? Yeah, I think that's how that works. I do miss the decoupler sound effect. That was a powerful decouple. We have a heat shield that we don't need because it looks cool. I'm starting to hear wind, I think. I guess we were just already retrograde. That's a nice screenshot. We're also getting epic re-entry music, I think. Din, 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 din. But yeah, I definitely think they got their work cut out for them. But I don't know how to articulate those thoughts differently. Okay, we got 10,000 meters, and the parachute is ready to deploy. Look at that wobble. Oh, the wind looks awesome on that thing. We're still going about 247 meters per second. And we got 4,000, so it should deploy at about 1,000 meters. Hopefully. We probably needed a drogue chute. We're gonna have like 15 Gs. Yep, it was like 10 Gs. Here we go. Hello, Silo. What's up? Don't worry, Valentina will regain consciousness later. It is dark over here. Are we in a desert? I think we're in a desert. I see rock. We're landing in Kinshi World. I think we're landing in Kinshi World, yeah. Well, I really like the skybox. Quite a lot. Oops. Touchdown. We made it. First try, actually, not including the silly tries. We got orbit and back. Let's hop out. Okay. This bug. Oh, it went away. Oh, that's good. Now I'm just walking normally instead of the, like, really scary one. I have encountered an alien structure. I will investigate and report back to the Science Center as soon as I have a sample. Someone has created a doorway just for me in the middle of this desert. Oh, now the jumping is less wonky. It's still a little wonky. Nether portal. You're going to be able to scale some surfaces that you would not otherwise be able to scale. Am I back in? I think I'm back in. Are you even in the same universe? How will we know? Okay, what's the fastest way to recover a vessel? I guess that. Bravo! Bravo! Back to the tracking station we go. Actually, let's just go to Kerbal. Space Center. It is dark. Okay, I'm so sorry. Epilepsy, I did not know that that was gonna flicker that fast. Jesus. That needs to be toned down. Oh no. What year is it? Oh god. Okay. Welcome, Orphan Goss. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate the new sub. Welcome to stream. Nomag, what's up, dude? Thanks for 32 months. Just appreciate what you do. Also, Banan. I didn't know how many times that time warp was. But now I know. Now I know. Thanks again, Nomag, for subbing. And thanks for hanging out, dude. Glad to see you. Hope stream's been going well. Sims popping in earlier. Said hi, too. Ninazi, thank you for the 7 months with the tier 1 sub. Welcome back. Hooves for hands, Primin. Aborshi says, share your sub anniversary in chat. Let Etal know you've been sub for 35 months. You did it. All right, so if the sun's rising that way, I want to be over there. Well, you can't. I'm just going to let you guys get a 50 times speed day-night cycle while I take a BRB because it's been 3.5 hours and I haven't stood up yet, so I'd like to do that. Take the doggo outside, get a snack, get a drink, and put up this BRB. And then we're going to try and make an attempt to go to the moon. We're going to try and go to the moon. But thanks for tagging along in that last adventure, chat. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Hang tight. Okay. What up? Yo. Thanks for waiting. You are waiting because I'm going to be eating an arepa in a few minutes. And you're not going to be eating my arepa. I'm curious on the store page for Kerbal what the early access portion says. I always find it interesting to read. Because the part that I want to know, that sort of scares me, is when developers do this. Approximately how long will this game be in early access? The answer is, KSP2 will stay in early access until we feel that the game and its full feature set are at our desired level of quality. Which I understand wanting to put it until it's ready in there, but people don't know if that it's kind of not an answer. I think appropriate answers for that are, we expect to be in early access for a year or two. I think that's one answer. A second answer is like about 3 years. A second answer is, we expect this to be in early access for 5 years. But like, you can't say that if you give a number, you'll be lambasted for not meeting the number, though. Because the question is, how long will it be in early access? That's the question. I'm just saying that when you're putting money into an early access game, you want to have some idea. That's why Steam does the questions. So that you can make an informed purchasing decision. Right? Anyways. Wrong song. Early access is early access. I think that that's just like a non-answer. Because even like yesterday I had a bunch of problems with Sons of the Forest, but they have a guesstimate of 6 to 8 months of early access. And like, if things have to be delayed, they have to be delayed, but you need to know a developer's intention, okay? Because there's two separate issues. You're saying just avoid saying a number, so if you don't meet the number, you don't get criticized is not the problem. Like, if you have a expectation and the expectation changes later, let's say that they say 3 years, and 3 years go by, okay? One of two things is going to happen if they aren't ready to release it after 3 years. Either people will have been happy with the development progress of the last 3 years, and they will understand that the game needs to be delayed and continue to be in early access, which I think you can look at something like RimWorld and see an example of a game that was in early access for a very long time, but had built up goodwill, and so people don't mind if it needs to stay in the oven for longer. Or the opposite is true, and people will be upset if they're not happy with the progress that's been made over the last however many years. But you shouldn't have to, you don't, like, avoiding saying how long you want to develop a game is different. Like, that shouldn't be a factor. Because chat's like, well, if they say a number, people are gonna be upset. It's like, bitch, look at the reviews. They're already upset. You're not gonna make them more upset. Like, they already are here. Gamers are upset right now. No estimate just implies they don't expect it to leave early access. I think it's kind of like, here's an example of a game that really set and curbed my expectations. We, not too long ago, a few months ago, played a game that I think is still in early access, that's also extremely ambitious, and also set in space, Terra Invicta. Terra Invicta released in early access as a mostly complete game package, where the developers only intended to stay in early access for several months, was the quote. And what that does is it lets you know, like, obviously the Kerbal devs have like a roadmap with no time frame set, but Terra Invicta's early access lets you know that it's mostly feature complete, and they're not planning on adding significantly more things, so it just helps you set expectations. So right now because the thing about a roadmap is, a roadmap, that's what, I'm gonna show you another roadmap, chat. Tell me if you've seen this roadmap before. With many ideas and dreams and wants that are extremely ambitious. That's why I don't like roadmaps anymore. The most dense roadmap I have ever seen. It is very dense. That's not a roadmap, that's a world map. I don't like that roadmap even has time frames for things, which, by the way, were quickly changed, of course. That's a dream map, not a roadmap. Yeah. That's why I'm like, right now, all I want out of Kerbal 2 is Kerbal 1, but prettier, with a better engine, with better physics modeling, with more parts, with more structure. But I think right now, the sort of, well, it's in early access for an indefinite period of time is more like, well, it's because we don't know how difficult it's going to be to get interstellar travel. It's more complicated than we thought. We don't know how colonies are going to work yet. We don't know how resource ferrying to and from colonies are going to work. Like the colonies with resource management, with 4-player multiplayer, with interstellar travel sounds like a dream map to me right now. And I'm happy to be proven wrong. And I'd like to be proven wrong, but I would be satisfied with a much smaller amount of things, as long as they were rock solid. If that makes sense. All he wants is a sequel. When I think of ambitious game, all I think of is Spore and No Man's Sky, and I never get my hopes up for anything anymore. No Man's Sky is actually fun, though. No Man's Sky is an anomaly. We need a mini roadmap of current release to the next stage. I would agree with that, yeah. I think like a roadmap of... I'm trying to think of what game I've played not too long ago that had such a good line of communication with things that were actively being looked at and fixed and worked on for like the next update. I think that would be a good way to communicate to players, is to not just say, here are known issues, but here are the issues that are actively being worked on and we expect to be remedied by a very upcoming release. Starbase, I feel like, did do that for a while. Am I thinking of Starbase? Microsoft Flight Simulator did a pretty decent job of that too, I think. Anyway, just my thoughts. Here's the thing though, chat. Some of you guys are like implicitly disagreeing with me. I'm saying this as someone who's happy to pay the $50 and admit that it could just be money that's in the ether for 5 to 10 years. So like, I'm an investor in the investment call right now. Okay, this is like Kerbal Space 2 is like an IPO right now. I'm just trying to like be my little $50 investor who speaks toward the future of the company at this point. But those are just my thoughts. First Snap, then Lego, now Kerbals.
Don't bring Lego into this.
So I'm fine paying the $50 because of how much I have enjoyed Kerbal 1. And I am hoping that over time that I'll be able to say the same about 2, even though I'm still like, I'm having fun and enjoying myself. But sometimes that's... sometimes we're laughing at the thing and not with the thing in this case, right? Because some of it is just silly in like a fun way. What's wrong with Kerbal 2? I would go back and watch the VOD and just skip the first 20 minutes. But yeah, at the same time, while I'm happy to... Because I think it was like 20-ish minutes in when I sort of showed up. I can do it now, in fact. You don't even have to leave the VOD. Let's do this. I'm going to open... This is a vehicle that I guess the problem is that it's from December. I didn't make this. The developers made this and put it as a stock asset that's in the game. So again, this is not me. This is supposed to be just like a... I mean, you know what the word stock means. Oh no, the hot dog is back. Number 1 is... Oh, okay, well, hold on. None of my control surfaces work. None of the ailerons, the tail, staging, spacebar. The brake button seems to work. Try pressing delete. Am I in slow motion? Because, like, things are subtly moving now. But not as much as they're supposed to. Chad, it's still not working. These control surfaces are supposed to be moving a lot. More than they are. Because delete is docking mode. Press tab. That's chat. Why would you just tell me to push the mouse? Press caps lock. Okay, it is caps lock. All right, now watch this. SAS off. Wow, that is bright as hell. I don't know if taking off into the sun. How do you, okay, spacebar didn't work, but that button did. Now watch this. I'm not turning, by the way. It's turning. That's not what I'm even trying to show you. That's not what I'm trying to show you. This is my runway now. Don't worry about the trees. They're not real. They can't hurt you. I have no idea how that happened. But we are golden. We're drifting, baby. We are drifting right now. Hell yeah. Sick kickflip. Hey, thanks. I have cut all acceleration, but fun fact, the plane is still trying to move us. The Wright brothers are jealous. Hold on, I can roll it. I think these pieces have become decoupled. What if I just throttle up? There is some crunch here. Definitely some wiggle crunch. It's very flexible. Oh yeah, now we're gaining speed. And let's revert to launch. Or like I'm just repeating content. Where's my drink? Oh, here it is. Don't panic. This is repeating content. When will he show what is the problem? Spacebar doesn't stage anymore, unfortunately. So one of the problems that you can't see here is that frequently when you reload a launch, your plane or ship actually deforms. Also, we have no lift. So majestic. The music is killing me. Looney Tune wheels. Well, the thing about the wheels is they have infinite energy and infinite momentum. I'm trying to get the camera to zoom into it. Wheels are the most powerful thing in the universe. Come again? Okay, so wheels never stop spinning. Okay? So, if you make a plane, uh-oh. Monkas. Yeah, I think it crashed, but I'm just gonna wait here for another minute or so just to make sure. Game got tired of the sass. Yeah, I think it crashed. Let's redo that. Where are the bugs you were going to show us? Have you tried the pre-made rover? No. I'll try a couple of the pre-mades. The pre-made fighter jet actually worked pretty well once you trimmed it. I'm not sure. I assume it's saved. A lot of people don't remember how rough Kerbal 1 was on launch. Yeah, that's fair. But the thing about Kerbal 1 on launch was that was 9 years ago, and on a shoestring budget. And Kerbal Space Program 2 is being published by Take-Two. And it's 2023. No, not you. Okay, there's the rest. These guys? That's a cutie. This actually looks like a rover that I would have made in Kerbal 1. Oh no. See, it's got some junk in the trunk, is what you're telling me. This is heavy. I'm at maximum acceleration right now. What are these? Are these just metal blocks? Are these like just structural pieces? This is as fast as I can go. I'm trying to get off the runway to see if the wheels stop clipping into the grass, and maybe it's just an issue with the runway. Because, like, we've made rovers in Kerbal 1 with these exact wheels, and they have more acceleration than this. But maybe, I'm wondering how heavy these structural blocks are. Because the back is really leaning, because these guys are here. Maybe it's the batteries? Time warp. Neum. Frame rate does not like that. It kind of just sinks in to the ground no matter what, actually. If you try and turn the... This is a slow one. This is a slow one. Let's go back to the VAB. Weight is fake, just go to the moon and be light. That's going to be our next actual... Once I'm done playing around with more of these stock vehicles, we're going to try going to the moon next. Let's try the Thick Boy rover. This is a second-generation heavy exploration vehicle designed to handle the harshest of environments. R&D claims it can even survive in places like Eve and Tylo. I mean, this thing looks sexy. No doubt about that. Okay, we got Warthog controls. And we have liquid engines on the back. They made the Mass Effect Mako. They did. Chat, why is my liquid fuel already at 30%? Did they not, are these not full tanks? They're jump jets. They're out. That was it. We're out of oxidizer. Fuel costs extra. Well, that got us started, I guess. We have survived the harshest environment, Kerbin. I was holding W, chat. I will try again and hold W again. Press W, start in Ireland. Leafy Pew, thank you for the 24 months sub. I appreciate the 2 years. Alright, I'm holding W. I like the sound effect of the wheels. It's a very pleasing tarmac sound effect. Tap W repeatedly. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, brother of Steve. Deploy solar panels for a surprise. How do I do that? I wish the mouse wheel here was disconnected from the camera zoom. Will we have RCS? Hell yeah. The solar panel button on the left. Okay. One of them is upside down? Is that the surprise? Where? Solar panel, don't do it. You're gonna clip and make us die. All right, we clearly need rockets. We have a sail. I wish I had more oxidizer. We'll never run out of power like this. I did not turn. I want to let the record show I was just holding W. Must have caught the wind the wrong way. That was one of those like stunt movie car launches. Like when they just pull it with a giant cable. Hold on, chat. I forgot about the arepa. I forgot about the arepa. I need the arepa. Give me 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. Chat. Which one of you already ate half of it? Hmm? Who? I just dropped it. It's fine. It didn't go on the floor. Just trying to show you. Didn't go on the floor. It landed on the table. It almost went on the floor. Almost. This thing actually was pretty sweet. This was actually pretty sweet. Uh-oh. How come they... Hold... That's fine. I'm actually really surprised this has physics on this little bar. Someone at Kerbal Command is very confused right now. Almost, little buddy. Almost. We need a little more space. Oh no. Yeah, I think I'm stuck here. I think I'm stuck here. I don't, my back wheels are not touching the ground. Just I'm at max throttle. We can't throttle up any higher than this. I can wiggle a little. Tim is having a great time. Okay, yep, that's gonna be return to Vab. Well, let's try going to the runway. Let's do it. Again. It's wobbling a bit. Oh, we're golden. Put the landing gear up. Trim. More trim. This thing needs so much trim. Okay, I think the trim is close. It's hard to eyeball it. It's easier to tell trim in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Who could have seen that coming? What keys are trim? It's Alt plus W or S. What is trim? If you look at our control surfaces, trim basically makes it so that, like if I hold Alt plus S, and then you can see this raise, it's setting a new default position for our control surfaces. So when I take all my hands off of the keys, it'll maintain that level. So basically I can fly without SAS by setting trim. So right now we're nosed up too much because we're just naturally climbing, so I'm gonna hit Alt and then tap W a few times to lower the trim, to try to level out. So like then I wanna level out a bit on the nav ball and then kind of see where the plane naturally points. Like if the nose is if the nose is naturally pointing down, we want to trim up so that it stops naturally pointing down. But right now, I'm not adjusting anything, and we're basically even with the horizon line, maybe decreasing altitude a bit, so I can trim up a little more. I kind of didn't want to go this far out into the sea. How do you trim? You just hold Alt and then the steering keys, but just keep in mind if you do too much trim, then you have to trim it back in the other direction. So like right now, you see how my plane is naturally kind of nosing up? We want to trim down just a bit with Alt plus W. I just did a couple taps. It's very sensitive. It's kind of easier to see when you look at the horizon line in the background. So like if I trim up, like right now we're kind of sinking. So I'm gonna hit Alt and then tap S like 3 times. And then try and like go back to level and then see if it naturally noses down anymore. Kind of nosing down, so we're gonna trim up a little bit more, give it 3 more taps. Now it's actually nosing up. It's hard to get perfect, but all right, anyway, we're doing all this so we can do some tricks. It's very bright. I want to preface what I'm about to say, chat, by saying I think the visuals in Kerbal 2 are spectacular when I get good frame rate. but this is the most Unity surface reflection I've ever seen in my life. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Oh! Think again!
Easy peasy. But yeah, the flying is very fun. It feels, I think it feels easier than Kerbal 1. There's still some bugs and glitches and stuff, but I would say that the flying definitely feels a little better. It's still floaty and bouncy, but that's also just probably because we need to oh, I wasn't going for this. We need to optimize the build. Up! Pull up! I am a god! Forget about the trees! Tree collision physics don't exist yet. But building collision certainly does. Now how about a landing? Somebody said I feel like I'm playing City Skylines. I can see that. Time to go to the island. The island's very far away, though. I also think that the wheels explode less easily in this game. The landing gear wheels, that is. It's a little bumpy. I think I've proven my point, though. Oh, yeah, they're, oh, we don't need that. Yeah, we don't need those. Easy landing. Just, Timsy, you're doing great. Like a glove. The parts are too tough. I'm wondering if that has something to do with the difficulty settings, actually. Like, I don't know how you can see the difficulty settings here. We can go back to the main menu anyways, because I'm gonna make a new plane. When you make a new... campaign and you choose a difficulty, there's this docking tolerance, 150%, and I'm wondering if the docking tolerance extends to part tolerance for everything, but I don't know. So it's possible that with 150% docking tolerance, we have increased part stress, but I'm not sure. Docking tolerances for docking ports, it was in Kerbal 1 too. That doesn't negate what I said. Things that were in Kerbal 1 do work differently now, in various respects. But thanks again, Flatline, for 30 months. Is that a Midas burrito? It is. He is asleep. The only thing sticking out is his butt. Alright, let's build us a ship to go to the moon. Let's build a nice moon vessel. Make our own rocket. And thanks again, Golemancers, for 15 months as well. What up, Golemancers? Okay, let's go with I still don't want to go huge. Is there a two-seat, like a two-seater, like a Mark II? There's a tuna can. Yeah. Okay. Cozy two-seat lander. Designed to transport a pilot and crew to the surface of any body they wish to explore. If we try to make a lander as well, I mean, we gotta land on the moon. Yeah, we gotta try landing on the moon. Let's go tuna can. We'll kind of keep this build medium. I forgot about the color scheme. It comes with a small battery, monopropellant storage, and a built-in reaction wheel. Don't forget the snackies. It's beautiful. How do you paint stuff in this game? How paint? I got a Minmus landing earlier. Very nice. Bottom middle paint palette. Bottom middle. Ah, okay. Oh, you can change your agency colors later. That's cool. What scheme do we want? I think orange would be cool. Orange and blue is classic. Orange and purple is pretty sweet. Ah, I like that. Evangelion. I do dig the coloring you can do now. Yeah, I like the ability to paint all the parts. This is gonna be fun. Okay, got that to go. How do I make this go away? You can leave now. You're free. Chat, do we know how to make the menu go away? Okay, click on a part. There we go. Fixed. Figured it out. Be mean to it. Okay, we're gonna try and make a vessel that can land on the moon. So this is gonna take a little bit of design. So hope you're ready for some building. Whew. It's been a little bit since we played Kerbal 1, like a week or two. So we're going to want to iterate on this as we go. The first thing that comes to my mind is I do enjoy putting inline reaction wheels up here. So that's going to be stabilizers. Medium reaction wheel stabilizer is a powerful reaction wheel designed to keep your craft stable without wasting precious RCS. It consumes a lot of electricity, but we promise that was not to help Proboto Bodine increase solar panel sales. 30 kilonewtons of pitch, yaw, and roll. It's about twice the strength of the small, and about 66% of the large. All right. Sometimes I like to put it on top, sometimes down here, because I typically would like to put... I know that there's not like a science mode in the game per se, but we're just maybe put like a little payload capsule underneath this and just pretend, you know, we got to RP a little bit for that. On top of this, we need to obviously cover that up. I'm thinking I want to do a launch escape system again, too. I like that noise. Launch escape is here, and it's small. The bottle rocket is a small, solid rocket booster that's attached to a command pod. In catastrophic emergency, shoots a crew safely away before the worst can happen. It is never intended to be used, but it is the best-selling product. Okay, so we're going to keep that over here. Just let it chill for a bit. Because we're gonna need some staging wizardry to get this thing on top of a nose cone parachute. Because nose cone parachutes are small by default. So I think I used like a structural adapter before for this. That was like medium to small, like this. How heavy is this structural adapter? It's 0.1 tons. It's not nothing, but it's also not crazy. Is there a storage, like a payload piece that is that shape? Chat, do they have what are the payload like the storage bins? I forget what it's called. Are those in Kerbal 2 yet? Not fairings, the when the doors open and you come back. Cargo bay, yeah. Like there are cargo bays, but not like this. Or maybe it was like this. Yeah, this is a little different. Service bay. We don't have service bay. Sorry I'm late. How's it going so far? We have had a very interesting experience with Kerbal 2 so far, haven't we, chat? We have had fun, though. We have had fun. Though my fear is that it wasn't the fun the developers intended us to have. Or maybe it was. But yeah, the tiny little service bays. There's the cone ones. Hold on, let me just look at the different payload options, because I'm not looking for fairings. That is a big nose cone. Not quite what I'm looking for. But it is cool, though. Oh, that's pretty sweet. I do like the animations. This one I can't right-click. Sorry, I'm just thunking. Maybe I do want, like, a cargo bay down here. My plan, what I'm hoping to do is, like, I think those wings are going to be a problem. They're just so large. I feel like it's going to clip. I wanted to have a... I know there's no science gadgets in the game yet, but I wanted a spot as if we were going to use some below the landing pod. So this is a lander can for 2-seater, I think. The tuna can. We're going to try and land on the moon with that. Did the devs add a way to move the camera up and down in the VAP? Yeah, you can middle mouse button and go straight up and down. I wish that it also articulated straight left and right, but it rotates instead with middle mouse. Because right click already rotates, so it'd be nice, and right click rotates up and down as well. So middle mouse goes up and down. What's the word I'm looking for? It, not pans. Cranes, I guess. Cranes? Translates. Translates is the right word. Dolly is Dolly is this. This is dollying. Hey, Toxic Chat, how's the game been treating you? It is as buggy as I could have possibly imagined, but it is pretty. Is this Kerbal Space 2? Yes, it is. It just came out in early access today. But yeah, I hate having to keep repeating myself for people that come in, but there are a bunch of people coming in. And the way, like, if Kerbal Space Program 2 was introducing itself to you, it would shake your hand, and you would go, nice to meet you. When you look across the aisle, they have a sticker that says, hello, my name is. Except the sticker is their entire t-shirt. They're just wearing a t-shirt that has it. And a blindfold as well, and it says early access under the name tag. You don't have to look very hard to figure out that it is in a very early state. It will attack your senses with its early access nature. Anyone know how to select my whole ship and pull it out of the damn floor of the VAB? Yeah. So make sure that your command pod is your anchor point. So, for example, you can, I believe if you do assembly anchor here, and then click on your command pod, it says invalid anchor because it already is one. Then you can go back to selection tool, and then it should, by left clicking on the part that you just anchored, click on that and it'll erase the entire portion of the ship in one go. This is the Kerbal Space Program of all time. That is true. Okay, we're gonna do... Oh, there's also another camera trick. If you middle mouse on a thing, it'll like point the camera to it. I'm not sure what that does. It creates a new rotation anchor for the camera. So whatever you middle mouse on is what the camera will rotate around. Which is both useful and annoying at the same time. Okay, anyway, I need to build. Chat, I need to cook, as the kids say. So let me cook. I hate that phrase. I hate anyone in chat who says that, unironically, okay? Because the only cooking you're gonna do is kid cuisine. You feel me? So, I want a parachute on top of this. We need multiple parachutes. Dino Nuggies! This is radial mount. This is just the Mark 16 XL. Okay. So this will be the main thing that slows us down once we get to 1,000 meters on re-entry. But I want some drogue parachutes on the... Wait. I want some side-mounted radial mount drogue parachutes to kind of slow us down before that so we don't have 10 Gs on re-entry. I want to make sure not to... Yeah, this is fine. This is purely structural. I'm going to hit X so we can mirror this on the other side. And then make sure that it is... alignment assembly button. Yeah, because I want this to be... How do you do... Okay, local would be the other way. Oof, hang on, what? There we go. Yeah. Because I want these are already towards the top. I'm just making sure that they're actually centered. Is there a hotkey to go back and forth between local and global? Okay, regardless. So, this is the pod. This is an inline reaction wheel. This is a structural adapter into a parachute. So, we got the drogue chutes. I would like, just for safety, to have a couple of other radial mounted full-size parachutes. Because I don't know, chat, have we been killing all the pilots? Genuine question. Who is piloting now? I don't know. I hope the Kerbals are still alive. I feel like we've reverted all the things, but maybe not. None needed. Pilot's dead. They're fine. They're fine. So here's where it gets tricky. Because what we need up here is a decoupler. No, we need a fairing. Yeah, I think we need a fairing. I thought you... Check, can you not mount decouplers to nose cones? I guess I do need a fairing. Which I guess is also going to be here. Couplers and separating stages. No nodes on nose cones. Structures and trusses. We got engine mounts, adapters, beams, bodies, panels, hubs. Am I dumb, chat? Where are fairings? Payloads. Okay. We have clamshell times 2, 3, 4. Shroud or none. Ah, this is how you make the fairing now. With the little arrows. So we should be able to pop that on, okay? And then we can edit the fairing. So it goes out 1. Just 1. And then check. Cannot accept current changes. How do you create like a separate... multiple stages of fairing? You know what I'm saying? You hit the plus. It won't let me hit the plus here. Unfortunately. You have to go out 3 for the plus? Oof. It's so wide. Wait. Now I can hit the plus anywhere. Hold on, hold on. You have to start from out, then go in. Yeah. All right, so... Wait, no, that didn't do it. No, that just locks it into the first. I think it's just either the default or this massive, unfortunately. Oh no. Don't I need like an engine block here too anyways? This is bad. Up 1, out 1, maybe. Do I need like an engine block for this to attach to? Not the fairing, maybe? Okay, I forget how to do this. How do you do... When you're doing engine mounts... How do you change the height... Ah... Okay, yeah. No, wait, not like this. Upside down engine block is how you did this before. You are correct. Okay, so on the upside down engine block... The emergency escape rocket goes on top of that. I believe. How did I get the parachute in here, Bluest? You don't really need the big chute though. Yes, I do. That was upside down. Oh. A smaller parachute. Chat, you don't need us. You need the biggest parachute that they have. Okay? I don't think I used the tiny baby chute. Because you're a big baby. That's what I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure we used a normal size. Here's my question. What if I just... Nah, the fairing won't work. Alright, fine. Have it your way. How do I make the fairing come back? Okay, that's not right. You have to attach something on top of it. Okay, well in that case, what if we just did this? What if we just did this shoot and said, yeah, clipping is not it's not a problem, dude. It's only a little clippy. Nobody will notice. Nobody will notice. Alright, I'll do the tiny baby one. I know we probably don't need it. We've already got 2 side-mounted chutes plus drogue. It's fine. I just really like the idea of that. How low can it go? Let's do like 0.6 meters? Perfect. Okay. Moving on. So, underneath the lander can, we need to chuck in heat shield, which we're going to do regardless of how thermodynamics presently work. What's the difference in these? We have the HS250 and the HSI Deluxe Inflatable Heat Shield. It doubles as a bouncy... We don't know. Doubles as a bouncy. There is no more information. Their flavor text got cut off. You need a decoupler up top. Well, what happens to this when the fairing kicks off? Does this just float there? Does the game crash a lot? We've crashed a couple times, yeah. We've had at least a couple crashes. But yeah, when this fairing disappears, is this just gonna float, physics float on top? Okay, that makes sense. So, the decoupler needs to be... like right there, and then that, yeah. Okay. Down a notch. Heat shield. We need a medium heat shield. The floaty one sounds cool. That looks neat. Oh! Is this to land in the water? That looks awesome. But it also weighs 2 tons, so we have to add 0.8 tons to that. Are the 2 radial chutes plus the top tiny chute gonna be enough for this bad boy? That's big. I don't think we need it. I just think it seems cool. Perfect for Duna and Eevee. That makes sense. We'll just use we'll just use a regular heat shield. Okay. So, typically I do like having a payload bay. I just don't know what we're gonna use a payload bay for because there's no science in the game yet. But just to simulate it, I'd probably put a bay that looked like that. Can we rotate? No, we don't need to rotate this. Continues the stripe from above. I want to rotate this, though. No, I don't. Because I need a ladder that allows them to continuously climb back into the vessel, actually. Okay. Then below that is the heat shield, which we're going to face right side up. Then we need a medium decoupler. Because that'll be the last phase for Atmo when we come back to Kerbin. So this is the part where we actually need some rockets. So I got fuel tanks right here. That is pretty large. Chat, we need to make this able to land. Are we going to do the 4-prong thing that we did last time, or are we going to try and get creative? Raindrop, did you just say you can't get over 50 frames per second and it feels unplayable? I'll be the first one to tell you that there are definitely a lot of problems with this early access launch, but if you're getting 30 to 50 frames per second, have I got a Microsoft Flight Simulator to show you? Listen, if I can land in South Africa in a rainstorm in 20 frames per second and keep all the passengers alive, then you'll be fine. The Cape Town incident. Yeah, the Cape Town incident. All right. I don't know how I want to do this because I want to land on the moon. And this is very narrow. I mean, granted, we won't have this top bit, but let me just look at the lander legs. Where? Oh, there's a ladder there too. Yeah, I definitely do want a ladder. Not in symmetry mode, though. There we go. Okay, that's pretty tall. That's probably how tall we're gonna need this to be. It will need to be a fairly substantial ladder. Okay. Anyway, I guess we'll still need maybe one fuel tank under this, or I'm thinking about the 4-prong separate thrusters that we did before. We can try remaking what we made in Kerbal 1. I think we would have used one of these. Ooh, we got different. Are these customizable beams? How does this work? A finely crafted engineering marvel. Is it now? Seems like I can't attach this to the payload. Oh, yes I can. Oh, it's literally an I-beam. Okay, I don't know why I thought it was something else. That is literally an I-beam. Okay, fair enough. This is not your grandma's struts, you know? These are serious struts. What are these? Panels? Structural panels? Those are extra small hubs. Junction trusses, okay? Let me see. Circular truss, handy for smaller craft. That is very big. This, maybe something like this is what we're looking for. I think I'm gonna take this payload off and replace it with I think I just want like a structural piece. What am I looking for? I'm still getting used to the menus. It's not adapters. Is there just a fuselage piece? There's a small structural. There's not a medium structural fuselage yet. Where's this mission going? This is going to the moon. Eventually. Curious about game. This guy has the most views. Chat, I got the most views. I got all the I got 69,000 viewers according to Twitch stats. So I think I have the right amount of views. Okay, I was looking for like a medium fuselage piece because what I want to do is create 4 arms, something like this, but I don't want to block my own door, you know? Like I'm blocking the lander can's door and the window. So I'm trying to find something to attach these interesting circular pieces to that can go below this vessel here. And my options are payload pieces. But the cargo bays don't really like that much. I guess that's what this... Is this... These are saddle trusses. But they're not there to go all the way around. Maybe just a small fuel tank. I guess, yeah. I was trying to avoid a fuel tank situation here. What if we just did 2? What if we just made this more difficult than we needed to, which I already am. If you're not over-engineering in Kerbal, you're probably playing it wrong. What if we just gave it little ears? What if we just gave it cute little ears? Maybe just use a hub? Maybe. It's very large, but it is cool looking. Probably too big for what we're looking for, but it's cool. Cute little ears and a cute little hat. Oh, indeed. So can hear Kerbal screams better. They're gonna be fine. They're gonna be fine. Okay. Anyway, in addition to this, I want like a beam. You guys can be critical of this as much as you want. I promise I don't know what I'm doing. No idea. I can't pull that any further, unfortunately. But I'm trying to like okay, stop doing that. It's so much fun to do. Where are just the like little metal pieces that you could like? They looked like this, but I don't want to be controlling them from the end. I want to be attaching them from the middle, not this big. Mind. You guys know what I'm talking about? Not that either. Like just random, the normal structural piece. I don't know how to, I don't remember what the part was called. Okay, like these points here. But normally when you rotate, girders. Yeah, girder is the word I'm looking for. But you can't seem to attach it in a way that makes sense. But yeah, girder is the word I'm looking for, which I think is just a type of structural truss. Because it's like this one. Well, what if we just said, screw what I was just trying to do, and just went ahead with attaching some fuel tanks on the side. See, like that. Those attach the way that I want them to. But I wanted more than two. We're gonna go with this. Attaching from the side of the body instead of like the tippy top. All right, now, how much fuel will the lander portion need? I believe Delta V calculations are somewhat off right now. I feel like going medium here is also a mistake. We should probably do small. And what I'd like to do is double them up. On the same truss, but like avoiding clipping if possible. How do... Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Okay. We're good. Now we just need to, like... scooch them over and stop them from clipping somehow. Yeah, I'm going a little rogue with this, and I think that's fine. We're not making a scientifically accurate. It's Kerbal, you know? It's Kerbal. We're just Kerbaling it up right now. Now let me get some nose cones on these. Get some aerodynamics. We'll need small nose cones. I mean, this looks beautiful. We're gonna need thrusters. Now these are our lander thrusters, so we're gonna need something that is decent in vacuum, but not in atmosphere. DV calculations assume vacuum the whole way right now and don't account for atmosphere. Well, I think it was not even accounting. Like my last rocket that I made said I had like 4.5 delta V, which definitely wasn't true. Hey, there's a Terrier, my old friend, my old budget, vacuum-friendly, cheap, but constant friend. Hello, Grugan. How you doing, dude? Okay, so we're gonna go 4 Terrier engines on this. I forgot one thing. I need the ability to separate these for atmospheric re-entry, and we need a heat shield on the bottom of this. So let's do that now. You sit over there. We're also gonna need to strut this bad boy to hell and back. Okay, coupling. Radial decouplers. I don't know if small is gonna be big enough, but it's about as big as we can handle. That is basically dead on. That looks perfect. I think we could scooch it in one, but I think that's largely unnecessary. We're just gonna have to strut this so it doesn't wobble so much. I expect it to walk on those engines. Well, it's funny that you say that, because we need to figure out how to put some landing legs. I don't want to use the super fancy ones. I want this to be a budget. I want to pretend like I am playing career mode. Or science mode. Let me see how long. Okay. This craft doesn't look very budget to me. That's just because of the spray paint. Don't be fooled. It is actually quite budget friendly. We're using small, so far, just small engines, small tanks with Terriers, and just a Mark II command pod. It's actually quite budget-friendly build. I'm not sure if 8 of these is enough. I'm also not sure. Yeah, I think that one's one too low. There we go. Budget friendly is not what I want my space shuttle to be. That's why you're not going to be contacted. I guess we could put legs on the inside. I do love being able to push the camera to whatever building part you want. So like I can put that there, middle mouse click, and then zoom in on it. It's very handy. That one doesn't look... I'm feeling like parts are being displaced from one another. Like they're not on a grid. Like that one seems lower than this one. Do you guys know, those of you that have played Kerbal 1 and you're doing building with these arrow tools, typically when you move the arrow tools on the part, it resets it onto an invisible grid of alignment. Like right now we are on, I believe, global... Should be on global assembly, but it doesn't do that little thing. Have you tried ortho view yet? What does that have to do with what I'm talking about? There are 2 Nicks in chat right now. Which one is the real one? Ooh, this is cool. Okay, I see what you're talking about, but... But it still doesn't change. All that does is prove that these are on different levels. What am I building? I'm building a funky moonlander. Chad, if you turn off snap, you can move it more smoothly, but I don't want to move it smoothly. I want to move it accurately. The problem seems to be that you can see, okay, that's snap. The rockets themselves aren't lined up on this plane either. Yeah. Yeah, there's a number of issues because I'm trying to adapt to the new way that it snaps. I also wish that the camera had an in-between of super zoomed in and too zoomed out. But yeah, the rockets are definitely like... I think what seems to be working is you turn off snap, then move it to a weird place, then turn snap back on, and then it jumps back onto that invisible grid. How do you rotate? Ah, there we go. See, those, now they're not lined up. That's too far. That's the back. Just get closer to the screen. I feel like I'm having trouble articulating what the problem is. There is no level which they will be perfectly, because in this ortho view, you shouldn't even be able to see the back one, right? We shouldn't have told them about this. I'm not using the legs, chat. I can see there's a bit of the rocket right there. But yeah, all I can tell you is that I have, let me see, 120 hours now of building in Kerbal Space Program 1, and I can't get this to line up. So I understand how Kerbal 1 works. It seems like they get snapped to an individual grid when you first place them, so later on snapping doesn't align if at the moment of placing it was off. That's what I'm trying to say, yeah. That's exactly what it feels like. And I'm wondering if there is a way to get it to snap on an actual absolute grid, because the rotation is already on global and not local. But you see, like, okay, if I hold shift, right, and move the front booster one to the right, you can now see the booster behind it. You see that? Now if I move it one to the left and move the camera over, you can now see it on the right. So there's no fine-tuned that lets me make it perfectly even. So maybe if you say, we'll just switch the other one, maybe the other one's not on the grid. Okay. So now we want to move this one. Just one, I'm holding shift to the right. And now we can see the other one on the left, because they're never going to be perfectly lined up. And I feel like I'm doing something wrong, because that is the entire purpose of this view mode. The purpose of this view mode is so that you can see and make sure that everything is perfectly lined up. So I have to assume that there is a way to make it so without turning off snapping and eyeballing it. What if the view, I mean, it's possible that the view is not 100% accurate, Dev? Zero? Is it possible to hide the background rocket without the snap? Let's find out. Okay, so we need to scooch it. No background rocket there. There, I mean, you can highlight it, but you can't see it. Like the line, the green line doesn't move. So yes, it's possible to completely obscure it without the snap. Oops, I right-clicked. Right-click takes you out of that view. So yeah, now they're as even as they're gonna be. Because top to bottom is sort of the same issue. There's just like a little bit. Which is another problem. If you like zoom in and you want to move, like, let's say this entire rocket in this view, you can't see the articulation commands if you're zoomed in up there. Like, it'd be great if these rubber banded. So, like, if I zoom in on this, then maybe the controls rubber band to here where I can still click on them. And because if you have to do it from down here, like, I can't see the part that matters anymore. You know what I'm saying? So I guess you can just look at it from this distance. But it's never going to be perfect because I'm just manually doing it, so... It hurts my soul. Can you look from the side? Yeah, I can look from the side, but... Now I can just see that it's off left to right. And if you turn... Oh god. It's getting worse, chat. Actually, I just don't think that this is perfectly ortho. I don't think this is perfectly orthographic. Or something is wrong. Okay, follow this curve and line it up with the middle tip of the nose. Okay? Now follow this curve and line it up with the middle tip of the nose. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you just assume that the cone is perfectly round and that it goes into the middle of the top, and you do that for both sides, you can see the other one behind it when you shouldn't be able to because of symmetry. Right? Like, let's make it where this green line is touching this little joint between the structure where it goes diagonal and then vertical. Okay, just barely touching. Now do the same on the other side. Yeah, and it's like they're off. Move your camera left to right. Yep. That's what orthographic is, chat. Orthographic means that there is no perspective change when you move the camera. Okay, I'm just going to turn the snap back on. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night and accomplish nothing. Because now I'm just trying to line it up with... If I line it up with itself, what does that look like out of that view? I think the only possibility is that maybe the coupler or this piece are not perfectly lined up. I think the moral of the story is, so I don't harp on this for the rest of the evening, is that it's significantly harder for me in the VAB in Kerbal Space Program 2 to ensure that things are symmetrical and on a preset plane. And let's just leave it at that. Otherwise, we're never gonna do anything. SAS will save us. SAS will have to save me. Because in Kerbal 1, doing what I'm doing now would, if it were on its own plane, this would lock things in for us. All right. I'm just gonna eyeball it. I'm gonna say that looks like the middle to me. All right, good enough. Meanwhile, we need to start with all landing legs retracted. Is there a faster way to retract all legs in the VAB? I don't know. Can Kerbals die? Only if you let them. Launchpad test? I don't even have struts on or anything else right now. I think one of the landing legs is off. They have hydraulics. It'll be fine. Okay, we got Moon Can. Operation Moon Can. I am certain that some of the landing legs... Oh, this one? I can fix this one at least. Okay. But yeah, it's like they're on different global snap structures. Because these two were, this one's much lower. And there's no in between. I don't know. Alright. Anywho. We don't have anything on that. Where's the landing leg on? Oh, I didn't turn symmetry back on when I placed that. There we go. Okay. So, I'm sorry, I just got, like, incredibly distracted there. I'm just... This is why it's called Doing Our Best is the name of the campaign, because I'm just trying to figure all this out along with you. I've only had access to this game for 5 hours as well, and I have no idea what I'm doing yet. So everything feels familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. So what's going underneath this behemoth? Underneath this behemoth has got to be a medium decoupler. Okay. And then beneath that, these rockets will be the key to getting us landed on the moon, as well as hopefully getting back to Kerbin. Okay? So we want under this are stages that are going to get us to the moon, so we can use all the thrust here to set up orbit around the moon and land. So we can go big if we want. I think going big would be fine. We should play with the parts that we have, for sure. So let's go... I want like a fuel adapter that goes like medium to large. Or we could just do one medium that is a tall boy first. Yeah, I think having like one good chunky vacuum efficient medium would be fun. So our options are the Skipper. It's a nice one. Skipper's got 322 ISP and vacuum. The Poodle has 340, and the mainsail's 307. The mainsail's got a lot of thrust. A lot of thrust. I usually like doing the Poodle, just going for the most ISP and vacuum. So this is what's going to hopefully get us to the moon, then land on the moon and back. Hopefully. So let's keep this nice and easy. We might need a little more fuel than this, depending on how this goes. I'm just going to throw another decoupler in. Boom, and let's make a big boy. So we want a medium to large adapter. Perfect. So this is also a fuel tank. And I don't want to switch yet. I want to do more large tanks. What is this? Methalox fuel tank? Huge. The largest Mark III style. Ah, they're Mark III style. I think these are the basic ones. That looks familiar from Kerbal 1 anyway. Okay, we want a lot of juice in this. I think 2 should be sufficient, and depending on the amount of thrust we have, we may or may not do probably do SRBs. Has he flown anything? Hell yeah, we've spent most of the stream flying stuff. Have you flown anything yet? Do you think I've been in the VAB for 5 hours and this is all I have? Maybe if you weren't, I don't know, incredibly late to the stream, then you would know the answer to that. Does the orientation of the tanks matter? Just the rotation of them? No. What size trusses are you using to go horizontal? I think these are medium. It was a little difficult to set up. Was it small? No, it's small. The small round one. And we're going to strut these up too. So don't worry about that. Okay. Primary liquid engine for us is either going to be the Rhino, the Mammoth, or the Labradoodle. I'm going to be honest to you. I didn't get this far in my Kerbal 1 campaign recently, so I don't have any preference right now. We need something that just has good atmospheric thrust. The Mammoth 2 seems like cheat codes. This is just... Labradoodle is for vacuum ISP. Let's just go Rhino. The Rhino's a brute, and it is Kerbodyne's largest Methalox engine with a decent amount of power in an atmosphere, but truly shines in vacuum. Oh. Well, that's okay. This truly shines in vacuum too. We don't need to use a large rocket here for a moon mission. I don't think medium would definitely suffice. But again, I want to use some... I want to see some different engines and different engine effects, you know? A lot of toys in this toy box right now. Let's do a trip planner. Ooh, this is cool. Let's do round trip from Kerbin to the moon. Destination DV 10,240, launch vessel DV 5,012. That doesn't sound right, but maybe it is. We need to fix some staging issues. Those do not need to fire off at the... Yeah, okay. So now we're up to 7,900 Delta V. That sounds a lot better. Round trip mode is kind of broken and just doubles it. The trip limiter doesn't take into account arrow braking on return. That's fair. I'm just sort of getting into, just looking at the tools. Oh, we still need to configure the emergency escape. Okay, remind me to do that before we launch. But yeah, we have about 7,900 Delta V just with this. So we may not even really need SRBs. We can use some small ones to just help us at the beginning, right? There's the kickback. Kickbacks are pretty chill. The real question I want to know has probably been asked 1,000 times. Is it worth the price right now? If you want to support the devs, it is. But that's why I bought it anyway. Because I'd like Kerbal 2 to surpass Kerbal 1 in the future, but I don't think that they're pretending that it already has. So I don't think that it's an insult to say that there's definitely a lot more stuff to do in Kerbal 1 right now. I think if the developers are capable of making what they put in the roadmap, then I will prefer that game to Kerbal 1. But that game is not this game yet. Yeah, worth is a complicated thing anyways. You have to decide if it's worth it. I bought it, so if I didn't think it was worth it, I wouldn't have bought it. But also, I had my expectations completely in check. And I will say that there's probably more bugs than and crashes than I even expected. My expectations were probably like the amount of content that is in the game right now is exactly what I was expecting. Just a sandbox with no career mode or science mode, and just building and doing stuff. But my expectations for game stability was that Kerbal 2 was going to be a more solid foundation than Kerbal 1 was from like a code and polish perspective. And I wasn't expecting a polished experience in early access per se, but I was expecting more of a solid foundation, I guess, than there currently is. And what I mean by foundation is like having all of the basic features, like heat shields, working with thermal atmospheric reentry, that kind of stuff. Like to me, that's like a basic thing. I know it's literally rocket science, but to me, that's like a basic thing. Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm not saying that I'm a genius and that to me that's basic. I mean, like, if you put a platformer in early access and there's no ability, like you can't jump in the platformer. That's not a fair comparison, but I'm just trying to say, like, it's when you make a game about space, then the space things need to be in it. If that makes sense. I don't know how to say that in a non-idiotic way. Because I sound like a dumbass. Okay. These are going to be a little spooky. But yeah, my thing is like, okay. I also am probably, as a content creator, looser with my money than in terms of buying new games and stuff than the average person would be. So I guess you have to keep that in mind as well. But like, take we just, it's interesting because we just played The Forest, Sons of the Forest, yesterday. And that's another case of a sequel to a game that was formerly in early access that's also now in early access. So it's very odd that these two games come out together. Second thing that's odd is, why can't I pull this down any further when it clearly has a connection? Because I really like... Hold shift. Shift just changes the speed at which it goes down. Tax, you get to write off game purchases as tax deductions. Yep. You get to write off anything work related, and this is entirely work related. So, but that doesn't make it free. Writing off $50 on your taxes is not a huge ROI there. I forgot what I was saying. Okay, anyway, I don't think I can go any lower than this, which is unfortunate because I was trying to, like, I'm just going to lower these. What I was trying to say was that I'm actually happier with, this is, I don't want to sound too crazy. I'm happier with my Kerbal 2 purchase of early access for $50 than I am with my Sons of the Forest purchase in early access for $30, contrary to what the Steam reviews might tell you. And the reason for that is because in Sons of the Forest 2, I played it for 6 hours, and it was a buggy mess, and it barely functioned, and I wasn't having fun after the bugs stopped happening as frequently. But because that game, the developers have stated, it's only going to be in early access for 6 to 8 months, I know that they're not intending to add any significant game features that in my mind are going to separate Sons of the Forest from The Forest as a true sequel. Whereas Kerbal Space Program 2 arguably has less gameplay than Sons of the Forest does now, and about the same amount of bugs. However, I am much more interested in the fact that developers are going to attempt, and have stated their intention to do so, create many more features that would make Kerbal 2 an actual sequel to the first game, and to give it a justification for existing outside of its original iteration, i.e., really interested in colonies, really interested in setting up resource ferrying from different places, and having an ecosystem that is cohesively working together, that you create piece by piece. It's very interesting to me. So that's my main motivation. So I'm much happier to support ambitious game development, hoping that it works out, than just a complete carbon copy of something I've already done. He's reading an AI-generated review. Chad, I've got bad news. In the simulation, you're all artificial intelligence, okay? So, us trying to create AI with ChatGPT is just us trying to create what we perceive to be human life, all right? That's the real secret. When we create true artificial intelligence, we'll just have created... We'll become God. Okay, anywho, I want to do two things with these. I don't think they're going to separate far enough to allow us good clearance. So what I want is, first of all, nose cone. Chat, please explain why I'm okay with spending more money for a more ambitious game versus less for a game that isn't trying to achieve much. The answer is simple. They're both sequels. And sequels need to be more than just the first game, but again. I already own the forest. Now I own it twice. Have you played FIFA? Yeah. Okay. Hey, what about FIFA though? Chat, where are the little guys that push SRBs back? What are those things called? The little guys. Yeah, Separatrons. Oh, they're under solid, my bad. Yeah, I was looking under liquid. I think this is for sure a Sepratron situation. So I'm putting little rockets on your rockets. Because I love rockets so much. Okay, help me out here. I'm having trouble with the camera controls. There we go. I can't guarantee that these are going to be symmetrical at all. But I'm going to do my best. Yeah, that's... Okay, this is actually a great visual aid on how the global positioning symmetry doesn't work. Now you can clearly see the Separatrons lined up with the purple and orange, like, sort of down the middle, right? Depending on our perspective. So if we move it down, it's not quite in the middle, and if we move it down again, it's towards the bottom of the orange. Alright, now let's go to the other side. On this side, it's fully in the purple. Top of the orange, bottom of the orange, fully in the purple. They don't conform to the same global grid. Absolute positioning is not working correctly, which actually makes it very difficult to build rockets. You can do shift and pull things down, but they're on different grids. Yes, chat, I am aware of how to smoothly move things. You are missing the point once again. Okay. Streamer says, absolute positioning isn't working. Chat says, well, smooth positioning is working. It's like, yes. And your point is smooth positioning is a different thing entirely. Chat's trying to help solve the problem. Hold on, chat's applying for a job at the developer so they can fix it right now? You get them, chat. I hope you get the job. Yeah, like this one, I can't... The one on one side is higher than the one on the other side. But anyway, perspective is an issue, so that's why you don't do snap off. If you do snap off, then if I'm looking like this, and I'm like, oh look, it's perfectly lined up with the metal, and then I go over here and try to do the same thing, but from further down, I'm like, oh look, it's perfectly lined up. But actually, one is much higher than the other because of my perspective. Which is one thing that this orthogonal view does. But the orthogonal is... the ortho is messed up too, from what I've seen. The orthodontist, exactly. I was grabbing the wrong guy there. Okay, let's just go roughly there. But I think this is what I meant earlier when I said if you launch a space game, the space stuff has to be in it. I can forgive, like, some features like thermal atmospheric re-entry missing, but if you release, like, a sandbox builder of spaceships, at least the builder portion of it needs to consistently work, because that's... This part of the game is the whole game right now. And I'm trying to accurately display how I believe it is not functioning, so that you don't think I'm crazy. Streamer hates this game. I actually really love Kerbal. And the fact that it manages to stay fun in spite of all of these flaws is really testament to how strong the core gameplay loop is. I thought I had a name for this already. I missed a lot of the flying and maneuvering. We haven't flown this yet. This hasn't gone anywhere yet. This is still grounded, but I think we're about ready for programming the launch escape, and also the solid fuel boosters just need to be in the correct stage, and they should work fine. We also need RCS. RCS is something I nearly forgot just now. We could create our own with linear ports. I think I'm just going to be lazy and get this thing some RCS thruster blocks, is what I would say. Oh, dude. These actually have the same thrust now. Oh. Yeah, linear ports aren't more powerful. Okay. Yeah, these are just RCS. These RCS blocks seem to have the exact same thrust as linear. Okay, interesting. Don't need to create my own, because it is perfectly fine to do this. What did it just do? I think we need to, like, delete it. Okay. And then, hold on. Okay. Let's do one here. And again, I can't guarantee these are going to be level at all. So, with each other, I'll do my best. I'm not going to beat the dead horse more than I are. Okay, I can do better than that. Let's find something to line them up with. Let's try and get them in, like, the middle-ish. Yeah, like the middle-ish of this guy. That's as close to middle as we can get it. There's a lot of hopes and prayers on this vessel. Okay, now let's try and line this up with where the purple, like there's an orange strip. Okay, I clearly need to save because I thought the game just crashed there. Let's save this again. You're gonna get a whole 0.5 FPS when you launch it. That's okay with me. I think I'll get more than that. Actually, what? Let's go right under that little metal strut. Or that little metal line. Okay, so there's RCS articulation on the side. I really think that that's probably all the RCS that we're gonna need, but it doesn't hurt to have more. There's actually some RCS fuel inside of the lander can, I believe. Chat, stop omega lolling. We have the same GPU. How's your performance been? I mean, I haven't flown this rocket yet, but in general, it's been like 25 to 40 FPS on medium settings. Depending on what we're doing. Okay, we don't have very much RCS fuel. So let's go fuel tanks. There's monopropellant. That's what we're looking for. Ew. That actually would be sick. This is a very cool monopropellant tank. Mid-sized stacks can hold considerable amount of fuel. Ideal for medium to large craft requiring precision docking, and the flavor text cuts off. It's very sad. 4.5 tons of monopropellant. Dear Lord. Okay, we don't want that much. Maybe just some of these little radial tanks. This is 0.2 tons. So the medium round tank looks really cool, but it's about as much monopropellant as 24 of these. The form factor is quite nice, I do have to say. Okay, we need can attached to this because that thing is going to be decoupled. It is going to be gone. I'm actually going to attach this to the sides of the lander can. I gotta double check that we can actually get in and out of this thing. I want a good chunk of RCS, chat. Just a good chunk. When I say good chunk, I mean... When they ask me how much monopropellant I want, I said yes. Because you know we're gonna need it when inevitably we get stuck in like a lunar orbit. I don't know what I just picked up there. That was the wrong thing. I don't know if those are even, but it's even enough. Did we just lose 1,000 Delta V? We didn't need it anyways. No idea if these are even. I have faith in your ability to get stuck no matter how much propellant you have. That's understandable. Okay, we need to do these. I think that's actually right where we want it anyways. This one's slightly lower than that one. Don't look at it too hard, Chad. Falls apart under scrutiny. And there's not a damn thing I can do about it. Okay. So. Struts. What else am I forgetting? Do you need RCS in the re-entry capsule? Well, here's what we can do. Should be able to set the priority of these tanks? No. Maybe you can only set the priority of fuel line connected tanks. I was gonna say if I was able to set priority, I could make it so that the ones on the reentry empty first. Realistically, I can probably just take these off and I'll still have enough. Because, yeah, it would increase our landing weight. I don't think electricals are working, but just in case, we should go ahead and put on a battery or two. Ooh, that's a good idea. Where is my inline reaction wheel? Let's get this medium Z4K rechargeable battery. It's only 0.2 tons. Okay, we're fine. We're good. Let's save. Doesn't like it when I click on the Z4K. There, that's too big. That is too big. The Z1K, even tinier. 1,000 units of charge. Is my inline reaction wheel down here? Or above? Oh no, what happened? What is that? Okay, we're good. That's my inline reaction wheel. Yeah. Okay, we're golden on that. So we got just a small 1,000 unit rechargeable. I do like the Z400s. We're just gonna mount these. Just side mounted, you know, more I don't know if there's electric charge being simulated or not right now, but let's put some of these on because it looks cool. And then some retractable solar arrays would be sweet. How many solar arrays is too many solar arrays, champ? Is there such a thing? That should do it. Won't clip. Let's make a save again. I'm starting to notice some sluggishness. Okay, is it strut time? I think it's strut time, and let's go. I've got 8,000 meters per second at a delta V. And we haven't even done the staging. We're gonna get more when we fix staging. I want some aerodynamic fins. Need some control surfaces. Or stabilizers. So chat, do these stabilizers articulate? Because these are when a wing or a fin just won't do. That's not what I need. This is an adjustable fin. Light, medium, and heavy stabilizer. Am I looking for the changeling? That's extra small. For now. Now it ain't so extra small, is it? I don't know how to click on these anymore. Shave the wingtip down. Thickness is probably not necessary. Something like this. That seems relatively reasonable, right? I don't know if they'll flip the way that I want them to, but it seems reasonable. Now those are gonna fall off, so I actually want to copy this and then paste it to here. More wing fins. We're doing great. Never mind. That's right, Hyper. We've got wings in both places for even more articulation. Okay, strut time. Let's do it. Okay, starting with the SRBs. Just picking some generic points that I can try and duplicate. Okay, the SRBs should be fairly stable just with 4 struts apiece, to be honest. They're not that powerful. Plus the radial decouplers. But just in case... 2 more. Okay. Now, these. Okay, these need to be strutted to each other. Where's that ball? Okay, it's gone. I don't like... Oh dear. That is ugly. Let's just delete this. Oh dear God. That is probably good enough. Now I need to strut it to the main command pod. This is very safe, chat. This is very safe. Okay, I tried the alt click. I'm gonna try Control Z. Don't break. I don't know what it did. It broke every... Control Z just broke every single strut. All of them. Either that or they're invisible. Did I make a save? Save a new one and reload. Let's try. We'll... What was the save that we had before this? This was 4 minutes ago. This is why I've been saving very frequently. I think it doesn't matter. It only took me a few minutes to put on the struts. At least I don't have to delete the struts now. I can simply reattach them. Oof. Wait, what? Why aren't the struts... I don't know if we'll ever launch this. Okay. Let's try Just default symmetry. 2 at a time. But it needs to be on every SRB. Not 2 on every oh no. Did it change? There we go. 4? Okay, it has to be the number of the rockets or something. I think I get it. I think I get it now. Otherwise, it's trying to do like a different symmetry count. Doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be close. Alright, we're just gonna go with 4 struts for the SRBs and hope for the best. Now, these guys up here, I think I strutted them to themselves. What the hell was that? Okay, see, now I need to change the symmetry number to 2. For some reason, my rockets start to tip over after launch. Have you told your Kerbals to stop rocking back and forth in the pilot seat? Another thing I would try is go to structures, and then this launch stability enhancer. And you should be able to attach this. Right now it's a, oh no, chat. The Ghost of Christmas. I don't know if we can attach these. Well, hopefully if your game is working, the launch clamp will attach to your rocket and therefore give it stability at launch. But I'm not able. Just had the same strut disappearing glitch. That's not good, Pat Marsons. Yeah, I don't think we have launch stability. Because it won't attach anywhere. So, hopefully it'll work for you. FRSS. I think we're gonna tip over at launch 2 now. Move the whole thing closer to the floor. Just give me a sec. Give me a sec. Uh-oh, I don't know why I did that. Oh no. We're fine. Nearly got it. Deep breaths, chat. Deep breaths.
This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
Okay, let's save again. Now let's try lowering the entire rocket close to the floor. It might have just been too tall for those supports. Okay, perfect. Why are there so many of them? Ghosts? Get out of here. Oh no, it's clipping through the wing. Okay, hold on. Heavy boy. There we go. Not clipping through the wing now. Good job. That's looking good. Now, remember the thing I told you to remind me to do before we forgot? We need to set up the launch escape vehicle via action groups. And I'm also going to correct the staging real quick. Because the default staging has our Separatrons going off first, which would be hilarious, but is not what we're looking to do. So we want the SRBs to fire in the first stage. We want the liquid to fire in the first stage as well. As soon as these guys release us, we may need to add some more Delta V to this after all the wait. Okay, then the second stage is going to have these radial decouplers fire off at the same time the Separatrons are going to shoot to try to give clearance so that it doesn't hit our the rest of the fuel tanks. Then eventually we're going to separate, bam, hit that. I think we got a poodle under there. And then we're going to separate again, and we're going to fire off the Terriers. Then we're going to drop the Terriers. The launch escape is up there with the separator, and then we got the parachutes. So yeah, it predicts 7,600 meters per second Delta V. I'd like to get up to 8,000. 8,000 would make me feel more comfortable. For a moon trip. Or we could just go. We may not have a round trip. 7,600 is going to be really pushing it. And I don't even know if this thing is going to stay upright, because it's going to be fairly top heavy with this. So we're probably going to flip end over end, is my guess. Okay. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I want to mess with action groups right now, because I'm trying to remember how to even do this. We did it recently in Kerbal 1. No fairing for the top bit. It's not a top bit. It is a launch escape vehicle. It's supposed to look like this. It will wrench your command pod away in case of an emergency. You don't cover this up because it's literally a rocket. Rescue missions are fun. No, they're not. Okay, where even is the action group menu here? Oh, there it is. It's thunkin'. Well, this is what I want. We have to do 2 bits for this, I believe. We have to make an action that turns this thruster on while also separating the command pod. Oh, that's dangerous in this build because, yeah, okay, chat, we're just gonna do this little number right here. It's called Pretend We Didn't Put That on the Ship at All. It's a fun thing to build. The difference between the last time I used it and this time is I have liquid boosters literally strutted to the side of the command pod, which it did not have last time. So it's really not feasible for us to lift the pilots and other people up and away without dropping fuel bombs. I'd have to toggle these radial decouplers simultaneous with the launch escape system, and it's a little too much right now. So yeah, it's problematic, let's just say. Let's just get a default parachute up there and call it a day. We'll save launch escape for a different day. Okay. Now I just need to Get that parachute in the same group with the other ones. We can actually get the drogue chutes in there first. We need the tiny baby drogue chutes to be in their own group. Boom. This... Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. Okay, chat, are we, dare I say, ready to crash? I mean, try? Let's take it to the launch pad. Going to launch pad 2, chat. Slight inconvenience, thank you for gifting a sub to Gamer Deathbot. It's beautiful. Welcome back, Gamer Deathbot, for 41 months. Hello, Old SD. Thanks for the 22-month sub. Why not pumping it for 7 months? Appreciate the resub. Gettysburg 109 says another one. Another one. Donate or subscribe. Priming. I appreciate it. Donate. Adam Vaughn with the brand new Prime sub as well. Sorry I missed you earlier. Chocolate Cake for 33 months. Thanks, Chocolate Cake. Frost Rider, I have been looking at the screen for a very long time, so thanks for waiting, and also thanks for coming back for a 32nd month. Baron Skippy, welcome back. Thanks for sub. Chat, I have got a solid 10 to 15 frames per second here for you, okay? 10 to 15. You will enjoy it. So let's double check staging. So, first stage. Why is this so tall? Why are you so tall, friend? These guys drop. They let us go. The boosters fire. Stage 2, we drop the SRBs. They're probably not doing much for us anyways. What I'd like to do is have a daytime launch. So let's go 100x real quick. Hello, son? How far do I gotta rotate to see the sun, dude? There we go. Perfect. That is beautiful. Let's save this as well. Okay, chat. We have max throttle for the liquid at the bottom of this bad boy. We're gonna need a SAS to be engaged, but RCS, not so much. My goal is to go to the moon. I'll be happy if it doesn't explode and we make it to orbit. So let's start there. You ready? Start the countdown sequence. We have liftoff! Shit, I was early. We have liftoff! I can't understand Kerbal speak. Does anyone else think we should be going a little faster than that? I don't know if it's slow. Time is slow, chat. Time's dilated. 20 seconds. 21 seconds. 22 seconds. Slow-mo liftoff. Interestingly, during this sequence, I am at 42% GPU usage and 64% CPU usage. And it's using 5.5 gigs of RAM. I love these sound effects. Dramatic slow-mo. Dude, the moon, it's right there. We waited until the perfect time. We're heading straight towards it. Gravity turnabout now? You don't gravity turn at 4,000 meters, my friend. Okay, Chad. Oh, that was spooky. That was beautiful, though. Worked exactly like we planned it. I'm trying to turn. Velocity dropping. There's actually no articulation on these wings. They don't turn. I thought they turned. They don't. We're gonna have to use RCS. I can't turn. We're just gonna go straight up. Oh, wait, I'm turning now. Uh-oh. What if I can't stop turning? I'm trying to turn as hard as I can. It's too late. We're already 15,000. I don't think we're gonna stop turning. We're gonna flip. Oh my god, somehow we didn't flip. Why does it keep trying to point directly back up? It's driving me insane. Why is it pointing directly up? I'm using monopropellant to push back the other way. This is gonna get worse before it gets better. Yeah, this is gonna get worse before it gets better. I can't spin either. It's pointing towards prograde. Why is it pointing towards prograde? I don't have anything selected here. See, when I do it manually, it won't stop turning. When I do SAS, it stops turning instantly. SAS has god powers. And then I turn SAS off. I can't do shit. And then I turn SAS on. We're gonna have a, if we even make it to orbit, we're gonna have a funky ass orbit. Where are you going? Yeah, I needed, here's my biggest mistake, was not putting a large inline reaction wheel in here. Huge mistake. Also, the fact that the wings don't articulate at all is miserable. I don't know why we're facing this way. This is actually a solar mission. I can't turn anymore. Like we just live here now. Oh well, this isn't good. Our apoapsis is only 30,000. It's also incredibly difficult to control with no points of articulation. Just keep burning. Where is my Delta V? We are accelerating still. We're turning ever so slowly to the side. Oh my god. Oh, good lord. At least we're not going slower now, and we're still increasing apoapsis, and there's still fuel in the tank. I'm also having to burn some monopropellant just to stay afloat without tipping this thing over. It's beautiful! Oh, my precious baby! I'm impressed by how long this this fuel tank is lasting. We got apoapsis up to 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, dude. All right, let's get it up to 80. And then cut our engines real quick. That is a much more equatorial orbit than I thought. Now, how does Delta V work? Just kidding. Okay, we got start burn and T minus 00131. Chat, how am I gonna get that maneuver node? I can't flip this thing at all. We needed a large inline. Jib, take the... Oh, it's right there. It's basically prograde. It's this little white bit. Oh, now we're rotating really fast. And then we've hit SAS. Try and stabilize. Below the S... Oh, right there. We're burning through monopropellant faster than I'd like. Wish I would have included those extra tanks. I'm so used to playing career mode in Kerbal 1 with level 1 Kerbals. Because they keep dying. All right, we got no time, I think in 26 seconds. Chat, I thought you said it told you an accurate time of when to burn. Am I not supposed to be burning before apoapsis? You guys told me that it was accurate now. Well, now we're not gonna make orbit. They told us! Chat told us! Wait, the devs told you? Who told? Chat, are you guys just passing the buck right now? Cause yeah, I just hit apoapsis and that's when my start burn time happened. I am a paid actor. Who's paying you? All right, separation. Oh shit, we probably shouldn't have been turning that on the second that we started, but we just lost a really big sections. That's gonna be good for us in terms of weight. Shouldn't need RCS now. We got 20 periapsis is climbing. Pay me. No, you pay me, wee woo. I pay the devs so that you can pay me. And we've achieved orbit. We have achieved orbit. Contrary to what chat thought was gonna happen, we actually have a perfect equatorial orbit. What was that? A perfect equatorial orbit. It's not perfect, but it's as close to perfect as you can get with the janky diagonal that we flew up here with. I'm honestly surprised at how good that turned out. Okay, we're gonna set the moon as a target. And we still have a full tank to try and get to the moon, and then separate tanks to land on the moon. I'm just gonna create a maneuver node kind of wherever. I don't know strategically. I don't know what these mean. Okay, I know what that means. That means we're having a moon encounter over here. It's showing me what part of the moon we're encountering as well, though I don't know if I care. I don't want to blow past the moon. So what is I1, I2, I1 with the maneuver? I don't know what that means. Will trying to save dumpstered stages matter now? I don't know. Maybe once Colony's there. Intercept 1 and Intercept 2. Okay, thanks. So, just this path is probably... about the most fuel efficient. Somewhere over here. Just gonna... this is gibberish to me. I have no idea what I'm looking at. But I'm sure it's close enough. I'm not going to believe the node time anymore, but we have node time in 15. I generally like the UI. Like, I like the nav ball, and I like all this in the bottom left. But the map view is just kind of... The overlapping yellow... I don't know what's what there. Okay, we're gonna fast forward a bit. Get a little scenery. We've earned it. Appreciate the view a bit. Enjoy the graphics. Skybox and the stars. Oh, we're actually following... You can stop rotating now. No rotate. It's still rotating. I think it's just still following the maneuver node. Is the camera rotating? I think the camera's rotating. Ah. Now that's lovely. Okay, chat, I don't know when it doesn't even tell me how long the burn is supposed to be, so I can't do the math in my head anymore. The burn timer doesn't have a burn time. It just says start burn in 34 seconds. Which I think is lying. Okay, we got start burn in 15 seconds. Burn time shows up once you burn, but why not show me before I burn? Because the start burning is inaccurate. All right, 3, 2, 1. Two minutes and 45 seconds? I don't think we have that much fuel, my friend. Very cool plume, though. Love the visuals. So what we're doing right now is we're trying to get away from Kerbin. So we are burning here and increasing our apoapsis. You can see that going up the bottom left. We're up to 350,000 meters away from Kerbin. Trying to create an intercept course. What the hell is that? Chad, are we gonna slingshot past? I'm not gonna slingshot past the moon. We'll be able to slow down once we get there. We're going to the sun. You're heading into a wormhole. This is the Poodle engine, very good in vacuum. At the medium slot for some efficient burns. Going interstellar. But yeah, SAS is keeping us a lot steadier now. I like the force field thingy. Cool way to show off where you'll intercept. It is cool, yeah. I feel like the music is really loud here. We're also picking up speed, going up like 3,000 meters per second almost. 2750, 2760. Chat, we didn't take a second curb. We just have Jeb. I thought there were two. No scientists required. All right, 20 seconds until stopping the burn. We should be able to look and see our apoapsis just jutting out faster and faster, 3,000 kilometers out. We gotta go back! War of the Worlds, thanks for gifting a sub to Zedwitzel, by the way. Thanks for the gift sub. Thanks again, Baron Skippy. Oh, I wasn't looking. How much did I overshoot it? Dude, that wasn't even close, dude. Are you serious, dude? What is this? Not even close, man. I did everything that you said, and we're not even halfway there. There wasn't too much burn. If it was too much burn, the apoapsis would be way the hell over there. Yeah, the burn timer is seriously off. The maneuver node's off. Everything's off. Bro, what is happening right now? Had the same thing happen to me? There's the moon. Just what's so hard? Just go toward that. Chat, those of you saying that you have an encounter, do you understand that the reason I have an encounter is because I'm gonna do like 3 laps around Kerbin? And this is not the encounter that we planned with the maneuver nodes. It is a completely different maneuver than the maneuver we just planned. So the maneuver nodes and the burn timer are both bugged. No big deal though. Chat, I only started burning prograde Once the maneuver, you don't need to burn towards the maneuver node after the maneuver is complete. I burned until the maneuver was done and stopped burn in 0 seconds, and then to get my apoapsis to go out further to be level with the moon's orbit around Kerbin, I burned prograde after that to go the rest of the way. Can confirm streamer is right. Thank you. Thank you. I understand some of those words. You're doing great. So one thing, this is just a small complaint, but since we're complaining, I have a keyboard that has backlights. It's a Logitech. And for some reason, when you're playing Kerbal, it turns off all the backlights. So, rip people playing in the dark. It just like my keyboard is completely dim. It's atmospheric. I guess, yeah, I guess so. Sometimes it lights up WASD. But not in this. Different games games have integration with the keyboards. Okay, anyway, fast forward time, chat. Ah, the sun. It's beautiful. So I don't think that it's doing electricity at all. But in the event that it was, I would probably... Can somebody... Okay. How do I make turns? This is going to sound really, really dumb question. I feel like I'm locking this into place. How do I just take manual control? I'm holding W and A and it's not moving. SAS doesn't override all manual inputs in Kerbal 1. Our SAS is off. I'm holding W. I'm pressing all the keys except spacebar. And then watch this. If we turn SAS on and then say face retrograde, it just flips right around. Go away, notification box. Notification box is up. Jeb is a wizard. Can you click the lock to unlock? I mean, I clicked the lock, but... See, now it's responding to my movements, but incredibly slow. Well, no, it's not. It's just wiggling back and forth. Not responding at all. The lock doesn't do anything. And it seems like SAS overrides all manual controls. Let me try with the MRW250. I think that's the inline reaction wheel. So we turn SAS off. Torque is enabled. Torque mode is on for all. I'm holding E to spin, holding W to move forward. Just locked on retrograde. Yeah, every control is locked, or it's not responding, I should say. I'm trying to move it now myself. That might explain why I wasn't able to turn when I was doing liftoff. But if I turn on SAS, then I can just click buttons and it'll flip right around. Try JKLI. Hold on, let me save my game first before I screw this up. Hold on, JKLI. Oh my god, it works. What the hell? Why would those be the controls? Okay. Well, press delete. Oh, we were in docking mode. Why does it default to docking mode? Okay, now I can move. We're troubleshooting. We're troubleshooting. It just starts in docking mode. So I think if you play, just double check you're not in docking mode. Okay, all right, crisis averted. Okay, anyway, back to fast forward. That's good to know before we try a moon landing, you know? Because if I try to go down for moon landing and then, oh, why are my controls responding? That is not what mission control wants to hear. All right, we got time warp 100 times. Kind of just want to vibe in space for a sec. And just enjoy being way the hell out here for the first time. The moon, I need the moon to be over here. We need the moon to be over here, dude. All right, it's time for 1,000 times speed. Look at that little blue marble. Oh. Holg. That moon came around faster than I expected it to. We do have a moon encounter. No time warp. How make new maneuver plan? We need to burn retrograde to create orbit around the moon. Any orbit will do. This is fine. And then we can fine tune it from here. Trusting maneuver notes again. Why are we wiggling so much? I'm not touching the controls. SAS is just wiggling. Solar wind. Well, that looks sick. The camera rotation is interesting, though. I'm not really sure why it does rotate. We got burn in 30 minutes, which we know is not true, but I don't know how to jump in front of that. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's probably going to be a fair... It's only 163 delta V required to make this maneuver. We're not going that fast. We're going like 400 meters per second right now. It's not that bad. Three, two, one. Okay, so we're already facing the maneuver. Which is perfectly retrograde. These meters per second for delta V. Yeah, it's so small you can't even see it, but there's an M/S down here. I'm at 1080p and I can't even see it. I know I'm streaming to 864. Whew. Okay, let's go ahead and just burn at 15 seconds now. And I'd love to just enjoy the graphics, but where's the moon? That's Kerbin. Oh, that's the moon. Were we in like a little eclipse situation? Stop burning 24 seconds, bruh. We're gonna stop before 24 seconds unless we want to die. Okay, we can bring it in a little bit closer. $20,000 meter periapsis. Should be plenty. And we're almost out of fuel, which is great because we're switching to our lander. This did what it was supposed to do. And then the other tank should get us the rest of the way. Hopefully. We probably do want to go ahead and create a small orbit here just because that'll slow us down a lot. And we need to be slow to land. Save, please! Please! Fine. I will save. Okay. Now, where the moon? Dish the moon. I think this the moon, right? Start burning 2 hours. Yeah, that is the moon. Now, lack of stellar exposure, part ineffective. The sun is not kissing our solar panels. Don't worry, it'll come back. We don't need electricity anyways. It's not being simulated. Noom. Well, isn't that spooky? Chad, are we gonna crash into the moon? Just we're 80,000 away and I haven't even done a burn yet. No, we're coming in at 20k. We're coming in at 20k. That's fine. Now, my understanding is that there's not really any craters on the moon right now. Is that true? This is probably going to be a lengthy burn, actually. Let's go ahead and flip. I do enjoy the dynamic music as you get near different celestial bodies. There's no pixels on the moon. Okay, this is going to be tough because I need to burn, and then we need to switch to the next stage. Well, that's spoopy. It says it's only 158 required delta V. But I don't know if that's correct. I also miss when it said how much delta V was in each stage next to the staging. Okay, I'm just gonna start the burn slightly early. Because we're only going 700 meters per second. I don't particularly care where we land. Oops, I said I was gonna start early. I lied. And burn. I did, I started 5 seconds early. I started 5 seconds early. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, we gotta slow down from 600 plus meters per second to land on this bad boy. Prepare for stage separation. Going to Terriers. We got quad Terriers for this landing. We are already going to have an impact here. We can kind of just land wherever we want. We just have to slow down. All we need to do is be facing retrograde. This is, chat, we're not getting off the moon. This is a very classic ETAL landing. But to be fair, I partially blame the docking controls preventing me from steering when we tried to create orbit around Kerbin. Nah, we can get back. I'm just kidding. Because we're already down to 250 meters per second and we got this much fuel left in the tank. Because we're already down to like 100 meters per second. All right, is it G? Yeah, there's the landing gear. Okay, landing gear out. What's the mission? What do you mean, what's the mission? Do you see this big ass ball of cheese behind me? That's the freaking moon, dude. I'm landing on it. Okay, what's our grounds? We got 15,000 meters? That's quite a ways. We're just going in straight shot. I wish I had some lights on this thing. Okay. We did not scout out where to land at all. We're lucky to be here, frankly, as shaky as that launch was. Nice CGI. Can't fool me with this fake moon mission. I mean, we've poured millions into the CGI for this thing. Okay, we still got 10,000 meters, but we don't want to take that for granted, so I'm going to start slowing down. Because the surface will come up faster than you want it to. Only millions. The economy's in crisis. Ooh, camera just changed to ground. I just want to keep the meters per second from going up. Looks like 13% thrust is enough to sort of stabilize the speed. We're only gaining a little bit. Use your shadow for height reference. Bro, I have an altimeter.
Listen, Neil Armstrong, I know we trained you to trust your instruments, but I'm gonna need you to look out the window. And when you see that shadow coming up to meet you, that's when you max thrust.
We're getting lower. Let's go, Grandma. Land already. We're under 5,000 meters. What do you want? Like, we're coming in hot. It's like millions of miles. Watch this. There, I did a flip. Does your grandma do a flip? I didn't think so. Okay, H still works for RCS. We are about 1,500 meters. I'm gonna go max thrust and try to slow us down, all right? And go. Under 1,000 meters. $700 meters. 500. 500? 500. Okay, we are going to gently kiss the ground. 150 meters. 10 meters per second. We got 70 meters. $35 meters, 30 meters, 25. Look at it. Look at it. Oh my God. So gentle. So gentle. Okay, here's what we need. We need to increase the suspension. We need max spring strength on the outside. Okay. We should be able to turn off RCS and not tip over. Man, these this landing here is not really cutting it. We're sort of resting on the engines. Whoo! That is for sure gonna be a save. Now, we get out of here. We jump out of this bad boy. We gotta plant the flag, chat. Oh no, I just realized something. Where's the ladder that I put? That's fine, we don't need ladders. That was kind of a big drop. The first of Kerbal kind to ever land on the moon. We got the big cheese. It is gray and smooth. So happy. Bonk. Beautiful flag. Chat, we made it to the moon first try. Good job, everybody. We did it. Okay, now that we've saved, right? We did save. Okay, just checking, so I can do this now. Gotta jump on the moon. We gotta see what the moon gravity's like up here. Did you know we have a lot more EVA fuel now than we did before? Not as fun without the science report. I do miss doing the science, yep. We could have just flown here with this. Noom. What is max speed I can reach? All right. Well, I'm turning around. That wobble scares me. I'm turning around. I don't want to have to reload the save. Point of no return. I mean, I could walk. I'm not doing the wobble. It's doing it. Have we hit the point of no return? I feel like I'm stalling out. Like, 2-hour moonwalk stream. Jeb's SAS. I think it's just not giving me any lift. Like, I'm just trying to get lift right now. There we go. Alright, let's start to slow down because I'm going like 80 meters per second. Jeb's going, dude. This isn't Jeb, by the way. Jeb's dead. I don't know what happened to Jeb. Jeb's dead somewhere. I'm not really sure what happened to him. Because we were playing as Valentina for a bit, and then stuff happened. All right, we made it. We're back. I don't know what the wobble is. It's freaking me out, though. With plenty of fuel to spare. He's getting to be pretty good at this. The stock plane exploded and you just went back to the VAB, so the developers killed Jeb. Is that what you're saying? I didn't make the stock plane. Screenshot. I mean, it's kind of hard because of the clipping. Jeb? Not Jeb. Stop calling him that. Okay. But yeah, it's hard because the ground clip to get the vehicle, the person, the flag. Go over here a little bit. Yeah, go over here. Face that way. Too much space over here. I need like this is terrible screenshot formatting, dude. There's so much empty space. I need to change the camera to be on something else. Too much space in space. Complains about the amount of space in the space game. You know what I'm saying. Fine. What? What is this? Data. Oh no, I took another one. Okay, well, anyway. Aimbot. Anyway. I can't get in there. There we go. It's easy, chat. Just Simply take off from the moon and get an orbit and all that stuff. It's easy. Simply get in orbit and don't get stranded in space. Okay, this is not the orbit that dude. This is not it, man. I guess it'll still technically work. Yeah, let's do it. This is gonna be a fairly long burn, right? We can probably just start the burn with 30 seconds left. Well, yeah, because we're negative 173,000 periapsis. Good God. Because it says we only need 449 delta V. I don't think that's true, though. No, it is. Okay, it is. Because we're already at negative 30,000, because we're gaining speed. And we have an orbit now. We have just a 10K on one side. So in theory, if we just started from like back here, hypothetically, and then just went super, did I just do retrograde? Oh, if I went super prograde, all we need is a moon escape, yes? And then just crash directly into Kerbin, it's fine. Okay, T-minus 1 minute, 50, 40, 30, 20. Let's start at like 10 seconds. I'm just gonna wing it. What happened to the new forest? Did you watch the last hour of yesterday's stream? Also, this game's new. So I'm checking it out. Chat, are we already escaping? Oh shit, we're already escaping. Oh no, what have I done? Well... Of all the maneuvers, this is one. Bye, Moon. Jeb is now a galactic citizen. Bye, Moon. See you next time. Who is Jeb? Oh, this is Jeb. This is Jebediah Kerman. It is Jeb. What? I thought Jeb died. Maybe Jeff just did like a body snatch clone thing on the moon and replaced the other Kerbal that we had. Where am I? Did something just happen? I think the camera just changed. You killed him. Yet he lived. It was like, it's gonna take more than that to kill me, bitch. Oh! Ah! Alright, I missed my note. It's fine. We got this. This is not a maneuver that requires a lot of prep. It's quite easy, in fact. What? Where am I? This is not the move. Hang on. What? What happened here? What? This is not at all the maneuver or note or anything I just plotted. Well, where's that beautiful? There it is. Let's try this again. Four, three, two, one. All right, take me to maneuver node, and let's try this again. I still have 949 delta V, so should be golden. We only need 137 for this maneuver. You have days left? Oh. Oh, man. What? I have days left. It doesn't show days, but it says I'm over my maneuver node by a lot. So the start burn-in time is bugged, is what you're saying, because it keeps going -5, -4, and then changes again. -5, -4, -3, -2. It is indeed not showing days. Six hours in a Kerbal day. Okay, so this is the real one, but yeah, it just doesn't show days. Let's try this again. It's gonna take a really small adjustment. It honestly doesn't matter where we do this. $3.5, 2.5, 1.5. Slow it down for fine-tune adjustment. So we want this to be about 35,000 meters. 4, 3, boom. All right, 32 is fine. 32 is fine. Okay, chat, now we just sit here in our pod for however many days it takes. Where are you? There it is. 10,000 times speed. We're gonna start accelerating. 844 days. Oh! Ooh, that scared the shit out of me. Okay. Oh. Oh. All right, we need to separate. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Yep, you guys need to part ways with me right now. I didn't mean for it to happen that fast, but oh, look at that. Look at that beautiful screenshot. Okay, future me is gonna be like, what the hell? The game automatically stopped fast forwarding because we just hit the tip of atmosphere. No heat, no drag. There is drag. There's just not heat. But if there were, the heat shield would be more than enough to slow us down from 3,000 meters per second. Why heat shield? The same reason you land on the moon. RP. If you ask why heat shield in Kerbal right now, you can also ask yourself, why do anything? Why go to any planet? Why go to any planetary body? Why build with suboptimal parts when all of them are unlocked? $30,000 meters. We are decelerating, so there's drag. There's no atmospheric heat effects right now, so we're sort of just floating through cool air. But we are rapidly decelerating. I do miss the atmospheric entry effects, though. It's probably one of my favorite parts because it just looks so cool. Still a very lovely looking game. Okay, anyway. At about this stage... What is the third parachute? There's only 2 parachutes. The drogue chutes? Okay. But yeah, we made it, dude. We're basically in the clear now. Under 20,000 meters. Why no fire? Because human no understand fire. Fire strange, mysterious, uncontrollable, mystical. All right, let's start slowing down. Pop the drogue chutes. Go ahead and pop the main chutes soon. We're at like 6,000. Yeah, I like the effects on the chutes quite a bit. Main chutes won't pop until 1,000. When did drogue chutes deploy? We're at 130 meters per second, so it should be fine. Or is that like what they're supposed to look like? Oh, there we go. Now they're deployed. And then main chutes at 1,000. Drogues slow us down to about 40 meters per second, and then main chutes will do the rest. They're overlapping in a probably unsafe way, but that's all right. God, the main nose cone chute is huge compared to the radial mounted, huh? All right, I think it's a little too dark to see anything, so we're just gonna fast forward here. We can go 4x speed. Should have gotten the floaty craft. Yeah, that was a really cool time of day for re-entry. And the shades in the background are really nice too. And splashdown. Jeb is now upside down. We have full recovery, mastery in motion with moon landing. GG everybody, first try to the moon. Feels good. Where am I? Oh, there we go. A successful moon trip, mission accomplished. Well done, everybody. Well done. All right, chat, I think that's what we're going to call it today. A successful mission. Let's end on a high note. I am very much looking forward to following the continued development of Kerbal Space 2. It's got a long road to go. But the heart of the game is still very much there and very fun. It's got a big mountain to climb. It is standing on the shoulders of giants somewhat, but also going to live in its predecessor's shadow for a while. But I think long-term that Kerbal 2 definitely has the potential to outshine Kerbal 1 in many ways for me, because I'm just looking forward to having more mission-based procedural, I guess sandbox missions that are more obvious, like colonization sounds really cool. I don't really care about multiplayer that much. I think the idea of it's neat, but I'm tempering those expectations. I just want resource management and having to go to different planetary bodies to get resources that are only present there, figure out how to transport them to places that they need to be. I want to be a space trucker in Kerbal. But right now, it's definitely none of those things. So, I think that building would get easier once I got used to the controls, but the oddities... Okay. In its absolute present right now state, I'm so tiny, hold on. We can just be up here. In its absolute current unpatched state, I think that the weirdness with the lack of global positioning of objects in the VAB would prevent me from continuing to want to build stuff in it until that is fixed, at least, because the fact that certain things aren't perfectly symmetrical is going to drive me insane. So that would be the number one thing that I would want to see fixed before I can, like, spend more time in the VAB trying to make some cool things. And the bugs with, like, struts disappearing, that's a problem. Different issues like that. So if they can make the builder more smooth and consistent, that's when I want to go back in the sandbox and, like, try and make more creations and do more things. This is a very pretty game, and I think that the features that differentiate it from Kerbal 1 are going to come after some of those basics have been accounted for. Excited for the stuff they want to add to it, yeah. Though I think that right now you should definitely buy it if you want to support the continued development, or if you just had a lot of fun with Kerbal 1 and you want to see those future additions in Kerbal 2. That's why I went ahead and purchased it. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of room for polishing and optimizing. Because I would like to have more than 5 to 20 frames per second. That would be nice. But the frames are less important to me than having the core experience smoothened out. And if you want examples of what bugs and things we encountered in this, besides the obvious of like I think it was 2 full game crashes and freezes, we had to restart 2 full times. I would just look at the recent clips from the last 24 hours, and you'll probably find at least a couple clips of the things going wrong. So, I definitely had fun, because Kerbal at its heart is fun, and I'm hopeful for the success of the game long term. And I'll definitely like poke back in to check in on different various updates as time goes on as well. But someone said something about, do you think I'll go back to Kerbal 1? Yeah, I'd like to do some more stuff in Kerbal 1, but that's just because by nature it is more fleshed out right now. Like it's a done game. I enjoy the career mode aspect, and I've always enjoyed having those goals more than just sort of building for building's sake. I like having building married with objectives. But I do think they need some optimization for sure. I think at this stage, the devs have earned the benefit of the doubt. Like it's not easy to show, like they know there are problems, right? They know there's issues. They're not trying to like fool anybody, I don't think. So I think they deserve the benefit of the doubt for a bit and just let them do what they want to do. If the game is still in this state in 4 months, in 6 months, in 8 months, then maybe it's time to get a little bit more sort of assertive. But I'm at the point now where I think it's just safe to say let's sit back and see what they do, because they're gonna be getting a lot of very vocal, very angry, very passionate feedback, and not necessarily unjustly, considering the buggy state of the game. Obviously, passion is fine as long as people are not doing things outside the bounds of just typing their thoughts. I think that's what I'm saying by they deserve to be passionate, is like type their thoughts in a organized discussion and nothing beyond that. Obviously, there's no reason for anybody to be like, my life is ruined over the state of Kerbal 2. But I think it's clear that this doesn't feel like a cash grab. I think it's just a big game. It's a big undertaking. I think it's going to take some time to get where it wants to be. So I'd say get it if you feel like supporting the devs early. Don't get it if you're expecting a complete experience, or even one that's going to be consistently playable in its limited form. There's going to be a lot of hiccups, and you're going to have some headaches along the way. But it's still like, that visual, that sight of coming down through the clouds, landing back on Kerbin after the successful moon mission, that's good. And that's something that I hadn't had that experience in Kerbal 1, even with visual mods and stuff. So those are my thoughts. Take them or leave them. But I hope you enjoyed the stream today regardless. And I'm certainly not trying to shit on early access games. I was probably too harsh with Sons of the Forest. I think mostly it was just sort of what I played of Sons of the Forest versus the developer's stated goal of 6 to 8 months of early access did not align. And I think that made me more incensed than I probably needed to be. Because I don't see how it can be. I don't see how Sons of the Forest can be polished in 6 to 8 months based on what I played. So I think I got a little too negative about my thoughts on that. Because I do want to play it again, because I like the Forest. And I want it to be good, because I want to play it and have fun. I don't want any of these games to be bad or to fail. All right, chat, let's go on a nice end-of-stream raid. Let's go say what's up to your boy Sim. And I will see you guys again probably on Monday, but there's always a chance for a weekend raid. I mean, weekend stream. Or both. So just keep your ear to the ground, and we'll see what comes up. But Sim's playing some FTL. We're going to a different kind of space. But I hope you enjoyed the stream today, and thanks for watching. And I'm hopeful for the future, because I want to be a Kerbal Space Trucker. I want to ferry resources across the Kerbolar system. And I want colonies. So I'm anxious to see all those things. I don't want another starbase, because I want this game to have continued development. But yeah, fun stream. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. Thanks for coming. And if you do end up getting Kerbal 2, I hope that you have a great experience and that you don't regret your purchase. But I'll probably do some more Kerbal in the very near future, because it's just a very fun game series. Good night. Thanks, Tuna Man, and Try Way Too Hard for the late subs, and Lord Waldemart. I almost missed you. Thanks, Tuna Man, Try Way Too Hard, Lord Waldemart. Go give Sim some love. And I'll see you for the next one. Good night, everybody. Have a great stream and a great weekend. Bye.